patriots. Nigeria call obey to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom. In freedom. In freedom. Peace and unity. Arise, my people, arise, my
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the women's segment. My name is Adama. Today we're going to be looking at various topics. We're going to be talking about marriage and endurance in marriage, and we're going to look at the aspect of. I'm hearing. Hold on one second. I'm hearing. Let me mute Uncle Ike. All right, thank you. Yes. So we're going to be talking about marriage. We're going to look at we've heard several news going on. We're going to touch on Regina Daniels' story, and we're going to look at do a little bit highlight on Tubaba, and we have several videos that is going to make us question this. The question for today is, how much can you endure while being married to someone? And do we need to, do men have more patience more when it comes to marriage or women? So we're going to be looking at that aspect. But first, we're going to kick it off with a little bit of politics to know what happened during the week. I'm going to give it to electricity. Electricity, in regards to what I have been seeing in regards to Mrs. Natasha. Is she Senator Natasha? Could you correct me? But before we go to that, go to you. I'll have everyone introduce themselves. Andrew, I'm going to come to you. Then Jefferson. Then we'll start the segment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location. My name is Andrew. I am assisting the Honorable Adama on the platform this evening on my hand here. Thanks for joining in. Jefferson, go ahead and introduce yourself according to I call your name, please.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jefferson. I'm in Texas. It's nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is yours. Biribe Amos, please.
Yes. Let me take my time to introduce her. It's good to have her here. Biribe is someone that has been watching our segments, and hopefully we'll get to have her to be part of the women's segment. So Biribe, go ahead, introduce yourself, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Bibi Reymas, and yes, I live here in the United States. What else would you like to know, please?
Oh, that's all we want to know for now.
Okay.
Welcome to the show. Just sit back and enjoy. Thank you.
Okay, so you're gonna I heard your highlights of the program, but you're gonna pardon me when it comes to like the second part of it. Like I don't really know about celebrities. I don't really know. I decide not to follow like celebrity stories. So
No. That's
I'm
okay.
willing to learn about all other stuff. I'm more into politics than and that than. But I'm willing to learn because you talk about marriage. I want to know. I
Yes.
want to learn. Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you. So, Jide, could you please unmute? Introduce yourself.
Oh, thank you, Adama. Good to hear from everyone again. Even though I can't see you guys' beautiful faces. My name is Jude, and I live in the US. Good to see everyone again. Yeah, I'm here to just listen and learn and contribute as well, so that people can learn and grow as individuals.
Yes, and our MVP of the platform is going to be Uncle John Abba. He always support the women's segment anytime we have a show going on. So I will introduce him myself, and there are two of them. The MVP are Uncle John Abba and Man of Prestige. So can you please just say hi to our viewers, Uncle John Abba and Man of Prestige? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adama. It's good to be with you. I'm John Abba.
Yeah, thank you, Adama. Thank you, everybody. I'm one of Prestige from the most prestigious and progressive state in the country, California.
Um, Thank you. Now I'm going to give it over to Andrew. Andrew, I have a question for you in regards to the Natasha.
Before you do, you did not recognize Mr. Ike, please.
Oh, that's my uncle. Uncle Ike, there was sir.
Maybe I've been forgotten, so it's
No,
not.
there was sir. Sir. I'm sorry, sir.
I'm not. Well, my name is Brother Ike. I live in the beautiful island of Bonaire. Blessing to be here tonight.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Electricity, thank you so much for that correction. So, Electricity, I'm going to hand it over to you. I want us to, well, you know the timing I gave you, so hopefully we can keep it to that time. This is what I wanted us to start off with. In regards to Natasha and Akpabio's story going on, please, do you have a video for us that you want to play for us in regards to that? Because it has to do with a woman, and this is the women's show, so we have to talk about Natasha Akpabio. So I'm going to hand it over to you so that you handle the politics part of this segment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, again, welcome to the platform and to the show. There is a video which I am going to play now. Just a moment, please. And here we go in terms of the video.
Good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending by taking reactions to the heated argument that erupted between the president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, and the lawmaker representing Kogi Central, Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, over a change in sitting arrangements on the floor of the Senate on Thursday. The disagreement began when Akpoti-Uduaghan's seat was reassigned at the start of plenary, but she refused to comply with the reallocation. The chief whip of the Senate, Mr. Mungono, cited constitutional provisions and warned that failure to adhere to the new seating arrangement could have consequences. Will Akpabio back Mungono? And when Akpoti-Uduaghan attempted to speak from her original seat, she was denied recognition. Well, let's take a look at the altercation before we come back for a discussion.
Order, please.
Dismiss Senator Natasha, please. You are not recognized to speak from there. That is the order of the Senate.
Sir, order 10 on privileges. Order 10 on privileges.
Senator Natasha.
Any senator may rise at any time to speak upon a matter of privilege suddenly arising, and he shall be prepared to move without notice. A motion declaring that the content of breach of privilege has been
allowed suspension immediately.
one woman.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, I wanted to. I watched this video over time, and I want us to take away emotions from this issue. Uh, as you can hear or you've heard, there is a constitutional provision of sitting arrangements. Should she abide by it? Was she right trying to invoke what she wanted to invoke? And besides, is there something else between Senator Natasha and Akpabio? Because it's been a long time going on issue between the both of them. But first of all, let's look at the provisions of the sitting arrangement. Was she right or wrong not to abide by that provision, constitutional provision of sitting arrangement? I will start with the lady in the house first, which is Adama, then, or the ladies in the house, then I go to the men. Adama, the floor is yours.
Well, I don't know that much about politics, and quite frankly, I can give. Sorry, I don't want to use the word, but this is one thing I've noticed. Senator Natasha is, I don't know, something is going on. Like, I sense something going on. I don't know who is she. I don't know how the season arrangements work. But one thing she said she's been harassed. She's been harassed. She's been like, this man is always picking on her. You know how they say in America we'll call it at work, we call it sexual harassment, but I don't want to use that word because I don't know.
Misogyny. It is misogyny.
Thank you. Thank you. So, but my thing is, who is this Mr. Akpabio, so that I know who is he? Electricity, who is Akpabio? Could you explain?
Who is the
Senate president?
He's the Senate president, the current Senate president.
So he gets to tell you how long you can talk for?
He managed there. So, but the issue is this: there is a constitutional provision of sitting arrangement, which did not only affected Natasha, according to the report. Was she should abide by it or not? Please, that is we need
I'll
to
give
remove
it to I'll give
emotion
it to
from
Bree, because this is her she says she likes politics, and I
Okay,
want to
let's go
honor
to
her, so that let her
let's go to
speak.
her.
Yes,
All right,
I'm going to Electricity, I'm going to leave and I'll come back with another device, okay?
all right, no problem. Go ahead. Uh, Madam Biribi, the floor is yours, please.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I don't follow Nigerian politics that much, but from the video that we just watched, I will say this, sorry. But during the election time, I think I kind of like follow a little bit of it with this lady because I was so excited, to see her running. And though I don't know much about her afterward because I gave up on Nigeria. So, but from the video that we just watched, I can see like there's like tension between them. And I want to say that from the way she spoke on the floor, I feel like it's like an outburst or something. Maybe she has been keeping something inside of her for a while, and she just had the courage to speak up at that point. I think it's not just about the sitting arrangement alone. There must be a whole lot going on behind the scene. And I'll say this, I'm not trying to put things in general term, but I will say that where you see that is a problem, one of the problems we have, especially that's why a lot of women don't go into politics, where, anywhere in the world. You see, that's what we have, like, just very few women in politics. Like the same thing that happened here in America with women that actually, vie for office, and that happened to them. And look at what is happening. I feel like men need to really check themselves. Not all, but a lot of them are just misogynistic in their behavior. They just feel like women don't have to like be in position of power. That is my perspective from what I see in what's going on in politics. So, but I don't really know the in-depth of this situation. and I would like to know more for me to really get my understanding. But it's this is happening everywhere. Women and men clashing, and men, I would say, not all. A lot of men are very disrespectful to women, very, very disrespectful. So I no matter what is going on, even in our day-to-day life, even at our workplace, you see how men want to treat you, especially if you're in a position of power. As a woman, they want to be like, they want to treat you the way they would treat their wife at home, which are totally just totally different. It's a workplace. It's different from the way you talk to your wife. You think women should be in the kitchen, women should be giving back to children. That shouldn't be the case. I think men just have to, like, it's a different world that we're living in now. So give women, I don't want to say give women a chance, because I don't want to sound like I'm a feminist or anything, but I would say that let everybody play on equal level playing field, so that there won't be this disrespect. It's just too much.
Thank you very much. Jefferson, like I said, if we can remove emotions from this, yes, there is no doubt that there has been a long battle, or there's a feud between Natasha and Akpabio. We'll get into that. I also believe there's something going on that nobody knows, or has gone on. Nobody knows. But she should have obeyed the provision, abide by that provision. Was her behavior appropriate to the situation?
All right. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be in the women's show. It's a very, very sensitive issue, especially when it has to do with gender. Yes, I am a man, agreed. And I'll not lie to you. According to the Nigerian system of government, the constitution, everything, all the senators there, they were elected into office on equal playing fields, meaning the same way Akpabio is a senator, is the same way Natasha is a senator, the same way others are senators. Okay, there is a distinctive difference between Natasha and Akpabio, of which we all know that Akpabio is the Senate president. On that note, I feel that Natasha wanted to air her views, but because Senator Akpabio happens to be the Oga Patapata of the House, he didn't want to really give her audience. I don't know much about whether the Constitution, that other thing you brought up, but I did not, to be honest with you, Akpabio behaved wrongly on that instance. It was totally wrong. There's a way you talk to a fellow senator, be it a man, be it a woman. There's a way you talk to them and say, okay, please, all right. You have been diplomatic, at least hear her out. Because I believe there was something she wanted to tell him that was very, very important. But you know how the Nigerian situation is. And then looking at the fact that he wanted to send her out, get her out of here. Come on. To a fellow senator, you talk to her to leave because she's a woman. I don't look. It's not acceptable. It's very, very unacceptable. To be honest with you, yes, we are in a situation whereby men are in charge of household and all that. We all know, and there are so many indices. On that, that is not supposed to happen. I feel he abused his office and was oppressing her, and of course, from his utterance, it's obvious that he oppresses women and don't want their voice to be heard. That is not how it's supposed to be. It's totally wrong on my own opinion.
Thank you very much.
Again, sorry, I don't want to say it valid. I don't mean to call anybody's name, but you see, when you talk about abuse, we know that most men are guilty of abusing women in their household and not giving them the utterance to say anything and talk down and talk all manner of things to them. But let us negate the fact too that women are equally abusive. But that is subject matter on that day. So,
Thank you.
and there's a saying that there's no smoke without fire. But like I said, I'm going to keep it simple for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jide, you are next, but I'm going to skip you. Just give me 1 second. I want to go to John Abba. John Abba, good evening. Should not John Abba, are you there? Hello?
I'm here.
Okay. Should there is a constitutional provision of sitting arrangement? Should Natasha have obeyed it or behave in the way and manner she did?
I think you are you can read my mind from where you are today. Because if you do not come from that angle, I don't want to answer it because I look at Akpabio with a very disparate face, so I don't have so much respect for him. But the angle you come from will make me to comment now. Now, we all know Nigeria that they can change anything overnight based on whatever you are calling it, constitutional arrangement of sitting, that they can change it for some reasons. So if it is what it is, she can, to me, she can say, okay, she can question it, but she could have obeyed to go to the seat where they asked her to sit, or every other senator, since it's in order. So she can question and air her view from there. That will put her in a position whereby she have more ground and empathy or whatever from people. But someone said there's no smoke without
Smoke
fire.
without fire. Thank you.
So there is something that really make her to rap. But we all know her and we all know what Nigerian politics is all about. But for Akpabio, because of the level of I don't hate him, but I have zero respect for him. Even if he passed by my house, I'll stop cockroach from looking outside.
All right, thank you, John Abba. I'll come to you, Jide. Jide, are you there, Jide? Can you unmute, please? Okay, Jide is not there. I'll go to Mr. Brother Ike or Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, being an elderly man and man who is well experienced, do you think Natasha should have obeyed that, like what John Abba said, and hear her view in whatever seat that has been allocated to her?
Yeah, good evening. But the question should have been, what is the obsession of Natasha with her body?
I'll come to that. I'll come to that.
Yeah, because your word question, I wouldn't want to answer the question. I need to compact it to make sense. Because what's the obsession with this woman? It didn't just start today, right?
No, it didn't start today. I agree with you.
The point is that that because of that obsession and because there is something that is brewing underground, and because she knew that there is something, that's why she invoked that Article 10, which means that Akpabio himself cannot remove her from the Senate. She cannot be prosecuted because that's what is in their law book, right? So she knew what she was doing. So I think that I don't know what the obsession is with Akpabio. He forgot, like my brother John Abba said, or who said it. Everybody, or Jefferson, everybody was elected as senators. Then you have the privilege of becoming the Senate president doesn't necessarily mean that you have to talk down to other senators that are representing a community or a constituent, right? He did this to Senator Nwoye the other time, and Nwoye went for him, right? Telling him to understand that both of them were elected as senators. For the privilege that you have as Senate president doesn't mean that you have to talk down on people, right? And nobody. If we are living in a normal society, like Brother John Abba said, could somebody of Akpabio's this kind of a man, can he be in the Senate to becoming a Senate president? And there was a video that I saw today when he was a senator, when the same constitutional provision was made on his behalf, he rejected it. He fought against it. The video is circulating on the social media.
All right.
So I think that listen, I don't know what the obsession for, right? I don't know what's the problem, but I totally support the woman for what she did.
Thank you, sir. Jide, I'll come to you. I called you earlier. You were not there. The floor is yours, please. If you are there, if you are not there, I'll go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So what's your question again? Should this have abide by the rule or not abide? That's what you said, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Yeah, I can see both abide by the rule and not abide by the rule. Why am I saying this? This is not something that just started today. There has been a history between two of them. I don't know if anybody remember the nightclub comment that he made. That this is not a club where anybody can speak like this. Imagine that kind of derogatory statement, made against somebody who is equally or duly elected like you. I mean, she was elected by her constituency. The same thing with Akpabio. Akpabio being the Senate president, the only authority, he has there is to guide the chamber. That's his authority, but he can't truncate, how other people have to speak, whether they don't have a free speech. But let me tell you what's going on here. It's not just about the city. Akpabio have a habit, of denigrating the other party. Sorry. I need some water.
Are you
Give me a
okay,
minute. I
Man
was
of
eating
Prestige?
something. But anyway, no, I gotta
Okay.
finish. So he
No,
has a
drink.
habit of denigrating the
No.
other.
Drink your water. Drink your water. Your health comes first, please. Can you take some water, please? The floor is
Uh,
still yours.
okay, hold on. Let me let me get one water.
All right.
Hold on.
Great.
Uh,
While you get in the water,
no, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm
okay,
okay.
go ahead. All right.
So the point I'm trying to make, he has a habit of doing that. Like I said, the nightclub, comment that he made, a long time ago. Everybody was aware of it, and he later apologized. The sitting arrangement in that chamber is that when you're sitting close to the Senate president or in the front or in the middle, you know, they tend to call you to make your own. But if you're sitting at the back, so they sign her the seat at the back to punish her. Because that has been a history, like I stated, we know how Akpabio is. He's a misogynist. So let's call it what it is, particularly when it comes to women. He doesn't respect women, let alone a woman who is very outspoken from a different party, from PDP. So he's practically denigrating her to the back seat, where she may not have where she may have a very, very little option.
Man of Prestige. Hold on, let me correct something here. Actually,
Okay.
the seat allocated to her, according to the news, was in front, not at the back.
No. Yeah, I don't know where you get that news from.
I
I
got
don't
it
know
from
where, not
Shannon.
in the front.
Okay,
Okay,
all
I
right,
don't
go
know,
ahead.
but maybe we
We'll
have
play
two
the
different
video.
versions. That's not
We'll
what I
play the
had.
video. Okay, go ahead.
I heard that the seat that was allocated to her was not at the back. She was
Okay,
pushed
go
back
ahead.
where she was sitting before, like close to the middle in the front. But she was pushed back. But I mean, you may be right, but you know how news come to Nigeria. So that was her mental. But anyway, that notwithstanding, let's call it what it is. you know, they should have allowed her to finish speaking. We do respect. Women are very emotional. So we do respect to our women here. I respect all of you. But women are very emotional. That's just how they are. You have to let them, if you're married, you have to let them have their way. Then after that, you can come back, and have a conversation. So Akpabio shouldn't have truncated her from not speaking. The woman has the right to speak. So that's what I fought Akpabio. We know how the kind of person, he is. He wants to be like a king. He wants to rule the chamber like an emperor. So that's his habit. So in that case, maybe as should have go to her seat, then made her comment. So I don't have any issue with what she did. Okay, I'm with her 100%. So let me land there.
Thank you. I'll come to
Mhm.
you, Mr. Tony. Mr. Tony, okay. You saw the question I asked, or you had the question I asked, and so the floor is yours.
Again, I want to greet everybody who is on the platform and those who are listening. The question whether she should have um, vacated that seat, and if she should have gone to the new seat that was allocated to her. I guess that's what your question is.
Correct.
My answer, straightforward, is she should have gone to the new seats that was allocated to her. I mean, there's order. There has to be order in that hallowed chambers, and by not doing that, she disobeyed the order. So that was wrong.
Thank you very much. Now, Thank you, everyone, for your contribution. Like I said earlier, there are two sides of this thing. There is definitely history between Akpabio and Natasha. And that history in the coming days will be revealed if you listen to her very well, that she doesn't want to say some things in the public. That was a rebellion from her, invoking the provisions of the Constitution, irrespective of where she's sitting. She can invoke what she did invoke. What she did was intentional, because there's actually something going on that none of us know about, and she's had it to her neck, and that is why she did what she did. Do I fault her? My answer is no. I'm not going to fault her in that regard. That was why I asked that question intentionally, that she should have she obeyed that thing. She needed to hear her views, and that is the way she felt she could hear her views. I've been there, so I can tell you, if she goes to the back, Natasha will not be able to hear what is going on. There's something beyond this issue that is going on between Akpabio and Natasha. Yes, he has disrespected us several times, and I don't think, as we all as human beings, when you get pushed to the wall, then at a point you would say, you know what? If I have to die, let me die. I'm sick and tired of this. Adama, I yield the floor to you. Thank you very much. Adama, are you there? Okay. Adama, she's not there to contest. Go ahead with the second one, the main topic. So we will continue in this discourse until she comes. Gentlemen, you've heard about the IBB admission of the June 12th, annulment of the June 12th election. He said he did it in the supreme national interest at that time. And I Google it to find out exactly what does this man mean by supreme national interest. In February 2020, article of the let me see again, article of the Center for Strategies and International Studies, Mr. Gordon de Brouwer argued that the national interest has three components, which are security, prosperity, and social well-being, and they should all be part of framing the problem and solution. All three matters, quote and unquote. Gentlemen and ladies on board, my question is, how does annulling the 2020, the June 12th election, how does it threaten the national security or supreme national interest of the country at that time? Mr. Ton, I'll start with you, Biribi Amos, being the lady on the floor.
Oh, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. So I would say that I don't know how that works, but what I think about this issue is the people that are supposed to hold him accountable, they are right there in the whatever I see that they gathered to do, and they were cheering him and applauding, and they're happy to be there. And they're supposed to be was supposed to be held accountable for everything that he did. That is why I said that we have people problem. So we need to really deal with our people, because I don't understand when someone actually write that down and confess to everything that he did. And we all, we are consequences of everything that he did. And they're there cheering on and donating money. What do you say to that? I just feel he should be held accountable. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Jefferson, what's your take on that, please? Okay.
All right. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. We all know about the Abiola, the 1993 election. At the time, it was the democracy taking over from military. People lent their voice and they voted massively for Abiola, because they felt Abiola had what it takes to rule the country. Across the country, be it north, south, east, everybody believed in him. They loved his ideology. well, he might not be perfect at the time, but at least he had what it takes to rule the country. So as of him counseling the election, I think it was had to do with ego. It was so egocentric because, I mean, he wanted to be in power so long and all that. So, and he had the opportunity to have handed the power to MKO, but instead he failed to do that. And in failing to do that, he thought maybe he could have continued, but of course, at the time, Abacha had something planned and took over. And in fact, the whole thing turned upside down. And if we had listened very carefully to what Babangida said, he said he did it. That security interest you're talking about, not any security, that had to do with the northern agenda. Because at the time, the Northerners, with due respect to them, had the agenda for them to be ruling, because think about it, from 1985, when Babangida took over, I mean, he was ruling then somewhere in between, Tenestronical came in, then this guy, so let me say from 1985 down to towards the time Babangida died, it was a straight, roughly, let's say 12 years that the Northerners were in power. And it was so more, and they were so enjoying it that even when Obasanjo took over, someone's number plate in Sokoto was citing Born to Rule because they enjoyed it so much. I didn't even want to digress a bit. I'm just.
I think okay. Can you round up your submission, please? Thank you.
So anyway, what I'm telling you, it was just all greed because I mean there was no justification, and I mean Abiola is dead now. He's dead, and no one can hold them. And when someone was saying someone about, oh, why can't they hold him or do anything? I mean, think about it. They have already had an agreement already. As it is now, things are going wrong in the country. People are stealing, and political past regime have done what they need to do, and no one can do them anything. Don't you get? So it is just how they go. Let me stop here for now.
Yeah, thank you. I'll come to you, Mr. Hike. I'm going to flip it around. IBB at the meeting acknowledged the election was wrong. He regretted it. And why there is no admission yet in respect to the 2023 general election. Mr. Ike, is there any difference in it? Please.
My brother, honestly, there is no difference. It's the same thing. I said it earlier in the earlier program in the morning that it has been whatever everybody have known that Abiola won 1993 election. Now that he has come out publicly to say it and went as far from his book as I learned, put out figures how Abiola won the election. I did say in the morning that I think now that Nigeria should recognize Abiola as the former president of Nigeria, and every benefit that the other president of Nigeria are enjoying, that Abiola and his family should be able to enjoy that, because that is what it is. And also that let this might be a starting point where people will be able to come out and tell us the atrocities and the crime they have committed against Nigerian state. Because in the same way, your illegitimate president presently, he should be able to be bold enough, because he was there, should be able to be bold enough to tell us who really won the 2023 election also. Because somebody is talking about arresting Babangida. The whole people there who is innocent of anything, they are all, they are all collectively involved in crime. So who is going to arrest who? Everybody has everybody's file. So who is going to arrest who? So that's the thing. The only thing I said in the morning that for the fact that eventually he came out to say what he said, that Abiola is not here. He's no more with us. He died. The wife also passed away. And many things happened after that. So I think that Nigeria should find a way to have a national reconciliation that was done in South Africa, because I think it's time that for us to really recognize and know that Abiola should be recognized. That's my own personal opinion as the former president of Nigeria. That's my personal opinion.
I share your opinion. We have Adama back now, so we'll be going straight to the main topic. Thank you very much.
Yes.
You can correct
Can
me
you
if I'm
allow
wrong, but I have
everybody to
never
make a
seen a man that has
2
been
minutes
Hold
point
on,
on this
accused
hold on,
topic?
of
hold on,
Please,
Electricity. Could you wait?
let's finish on this topic, please. Some
Eight.
people have spoken and some people hasn't spoken. 2 minutes each, please.
Or who hasn't spoken? So can you tell me who
I have
hasn't
not.
spoken?
I think those other people have just 2 minutes on this particular topic.
All right, go
Yep.
ahead, man of prestige. I'll let you speak. Go ahead,
Okay.
sir.
Yeah. Thank you
Electricity,
very.
let them finish, then you can hand it over to me. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, like Mr. Ike said, all the inauguration, the whole thing that happened at that event is more of a Maradona. So let's call it what it is. It's a strategic apology, shifting the blame to Abacha, who was the chief of defense at that particular time. Abacha is not alive, to make any comment in reference to that. So what is the purpose of that? I call it a shenanigan, the gathering of all the whole people. It's like I stated earlier, I'm gonna use the same comment, without missing word. Everybody that gathered there is a gathering of mosquitoes, and maggot. That's what gathered there. So let's call it what it is. All those is nonsense. you know, just come out and tell us what happened. Somebody said, I'm going to read the book. Like I said, I wasn't going to read it, but I'm later on changed my mind because of the Biafran War or something like that, that he said there. Somebody said in the appendix that he stated the result and everything, but come out and tell us who killed Abiola, who killed Delegiwa, and some other atrocity that he perpetrated. So coming here talking about book, making about 17.5 billion, on that inauguration. What a shame. Nigeria is a scam, okay? As much as I respect is my country. I mean, it has become a scam. I mean, there's nothing to take about it. That gathering is just nonsense, to my own opinion. I don't see what's the purpose of that. This man is about 88 years old. How many more years does he have to live? You just want to come and baboozle people and people believe it. I mean, everybody there, from Dick and Harry, the people that put Nigeria, perpetuate Nigeria to their position they are right now. I know Buhari wasn't there because Buhari was, I think he was there for 2.5 years, yeah, but so he sent a delegate. Tunumbu, Atiku, everybody, all of them was there, the people, that put Nigeria where they are right. So what do you want me to take from that? I mean, that's nonsense. You need to tell us the truth and stop writing book and everything. But I can say, let him go to hell, okay? Thank you.
Man of prestige.
Man of prestige, are you sure you want to really read this book? Because you sound so angry.
No, I'm going to read it because the reason why I'm going to read it is because of what he said about the Biafran War, because I've been very curious about that Biafran War. The so-called Igbo narrative. I just want to prove myself right because a
Thank you
lot of
very
people
much.
have said it, that I have had it, say it's not an Igbo war, it's not an Igbo coup. So that's why I'm very curious. So I'm going to read the book. Thank you, Adama.
Thank you. Welcome, Tokwe, and welcome back, baby. I think Jonaba, have you spoken?
No.
Tony Jonaba has not spoken. Tony Tokwe, and so Jonaba, 17 billion was raised there for a library that you, I, and our children will never go in there to read. And yet there are many schools in Nigeria without library. How do you 2 minutes, please, Jonathan. Let me stick to the time.
Those are the people that mortgage our life and are born on board Nigeria that gather together to celebrate. I see them like a ghost. They will never die better. And I don't know if you have.
You never curse. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
Honestly
yeah.
speaking, so sorry, Jonathan. Let me stop you there. Let me interject you
Jonaba,
there.
you're a man of God now.
No. Don't blame Jonaba. Let me tell you the truth. When I spoke on this thing, I said there's something in my mind. If I say it, they'll probably arrest me. So I don't want to say it. So don't blame him. I'm serious. Don't blame Jonaba. Everybody sitting in that gathering. If P2B is even there, sir, I will find out if he is there, sir.
Of
Then
course
it
he's
makes
there.
matter worse.
Is there. There's nothing to say. Is there. And I don't need to read the book, even if I see it. If I tear it, I'll use it to wipe my ass. So I don't need to see
Wow.
it.
Wow.
Babangida will never change, even at his grave. He will never change. It's pointless to talk about the dead one now. Instead of him to take a full responsibility, he's saying that it was Abacha when you know Abacha is not here to defend himself. So what purpose does it make? And they make it worse. All of them, I always say, all politicians are the same. These people, they're just there with their flag like vulture. I don't know why Nigerians have respect for these people. And they use the ordinary Nigerian to protect themselves from doing what they are doing. Dele wrote a book exposing corruption. He went to jail. Somebody, a corrupt person, wrote a book about what he did. He's free.
Jonaba, in fact, God bless you for this statement you just made now.
And and
Honestly
and
speaking.
and this is the country we have. People are going around like a chicken without a head. It's a long walk to freedom. I don't. If I was, I've met so many of them on the in the Nigerian local area, in the airport, in France, anywhere I met them. I never go to handshake them. I never say hi to them, even when people go to portray to them, greet them, even when I'm man of God. I don't have respect for those people because those are the people who make Nigerian life miserable. And unfortunately, they have gathered so much money to use even at his grave. Are you telling me now that he sit down there, didn't wear adult pull up? Now, even at his grave, he's raising such money. Who is he giving it to? Where is the money going? Why didn't he get up that day say, okay, for all I have done, I'm giving this money out? And to make it, that's about Babangida. I have no sympathy for MK not getting the 1993 election, June 12th, even though it was my birthday, which is a sad thing. But he does not deserve it as well. He's another bad guy that he saw the opportunity. He was also a CIA to the whole African country. There is no coup that took place in Africa. I'm not talking about Nigeria, that or any political leader in Africa that they do not use Abiola to remove them if they want to. So what goes, my dad told me, he said, what goes around comes around, that the
Comes
world
around.
breathes on its own, that I should
Thank
not
you.
worry. And that's why in this world, I don't worry. You can plan evil against me, you will see me pass through you because I don't participate in those things. And I don't have zero respect for MKO and all of them. They're all bird of the same feather. They don't mean well, and they should go to hell.
All right. Thank you. There seems to be a high blood running this evening. Tony, I'm going to take you later on, but let me just give Topper the floor to weigh in this matter, please. Topper, the floor is yours.
Greetings, everyone. I actually came here for the segment of the videos Adama is yet to play.
Yes, please.
All right.
Yes.
Let me go to Tony. I'll take Tony last, then if that's the case, so that we can quickly go to the next segment.
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Tony, can you make it 2 minutes for us in respect to what is going on?
Yeah, with respect to IBB's the launching of his book, I saw the snippets. I watched it various platforms and all that went on. First, I don't think basically from what I heard, there's not much that is new, that came out from that book. Some of the facts there are ones that were already known. But to go to your question, 32 years after he's just coming in to give us his own side of the story and to regret. There's he fell short of saying, I am sorry. That's my worry. Yes, he regretted. Yes, he said Abiola won and so on. But he didn't have the nerve and the courage, for whatever reason, to declare Abiola the winner. The box stops on his desk. He is the commander-in-chief. And I don't know the specific circumstances, whether it's true Abacha is there, like someone said, he's not here to speak his voice. But David West is alive. He probably was there. He didn't say anything because it was mentioned too. I said we'll kill Abiola if Abiola was allowed to be president. But all said and done, I think for me, in summary, that is one of the problems that we have in the country. That there's something in us, in the psyche of our leaders, that makes them always to play around on issues that are very, very sensitive. Falling short of saying, I am sorry, I messed up, forgive me, that will not bring Abiola back. But that would have helped a long way, to calm some nerves that are ruffled.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We're now in the main topic, so I'll be playing the video and
Yes,
give the
before
floor
we
to
go to the
Adama.
main topic, I want to acknowledge Fatai. Fatai joins us. He doesn't come in all the time, but I just want to acknowledge him. Fatai, thank you for coming in. I really appreciate you showing up here today. Before we go to the main topic of today, do you want to comment in regards to the IBB book? And are you going to read it?
Hello, Adam. Sorry,
Greetings.
sorry, let me just adjust myself. Yeah, how you doing? Hello.
I'm
Hello.
doing well. And you? It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm alright. Hello, Yellow the General. How you doing?
Hola.
Okay, well, sorry, what can I say? Well, at the IBB,
The IBB book, will you read it? And what are your opinion on, do you have anything to say about the book? Or do you want us, because we have a video that we wanted to go to the main segment. So I
yeah,
wanted
I
you to
just,
see if you have anything you wanted to comment on in regards to the IBB book.
I just go quickly, half a 1 minute or half a minute. Well, I mean, I saw a little bit of I didn't see the whole ceremony, but I saw a little bit of it. I saw a lot of billionaires donating billions, and they were saying that the IBB, I mean, essentially not in the same sense, not the same line, but essentially the IBB turned them to billionaires. I don't think that is something I have an interest in. I think I would be very excited. I would have been very excited if they were celebrating Nigeria lifting, 100 million people out of poverty, or 150 million people out of poverty. China lifted almost 1 billion people out of poverty. We are celebrating 10 people becoming billionaire, or I don't know, maybe more than 10. Okay, let's 1,000 people. So I don't know. There are almost maybe 200 million people. And certainly there are, like, according to their own reports, over 100 million people who don't have food to eat, living below poverty. Over 50% of the population is living below poverty. And so what does it matter? I don't know. I don't know them. I don't know Dangote, Bua, Eze, who again donated. I don't know them. They have nothing to do with my life. Maybe if they lifted hundreds of millions of Nigerians out of poverty, maybe Mr. I'm not going to abroad. Now maybe I'm going to Nigeria. I don't know. So for a lot of reasons, it's not really something that interests me. Maybe it's a good conversation, national conversation. I don't know. Just from my own personal person, I'll be more interested if they were celebrating lifting millions of people out of poverty. So that would be very, very exciting. So I didn't really find it exciting.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comment. Electricity, will you go ahead and play the video?
Thank you. Sorry.
You can correct me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, brother. Sorry for disrupting your show.
No. You didn't disrupt the show. Please stop using that word.
Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to say hello to. I don't really know a lot of people on the screen, but certainly I know Tokweho and Adam. I know.
Hello.
I have seen.
So you don't know Andrew? You don't know electricity?
I have seen electricity around. Like when I say I know, when I say no, I don't have personal interaction. I've seen a lot of.
Oh, okay,
Almost
okay.
everybody I've seen on the screen. I know this brother or uncle Hike. I don't know if his brother or uncle, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
Uncle Ike. Uncle Ike. Yes, yes.
Yeah. I know him. I know him like seeing him on. I think I saw him also when my first YouTube anything online, actually, not even just YouTube symphony. I think I used to see him there. I think I remember him. I remember All Na Politics. So I think these are the two prominent people I remember from that show. And yeah, I don't know them, like I don't personally know them, but I see them. But I know Tokyo. I know Tokyo. I know Adama.
Yes,
So I want to.
yes. You
Yeah,
know, you have to know us, both of us.
yeah. It will be.
Thank you
It
so
will
much for
be.
time for joining us.
It will be a time if I
Electricity,
didn't
please
know
go
you.
ahead, play the
Thank you
video.
very much. Thank you. I would.
You're
Because I would
welcome.
just like.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I have never seen a man that has been asked to endure a bad wife. As soon as a man has a bad wife or he starts complaining about his bad wife, the first thing he's asked to do is leave that woman and marry another woman. Nobody is asking him to pray for his wife. Nobody is asking him to fast for his wife. Nobody is asking him to wait for his wife to change. Nobody is asking him to be patient with his wife. But when a woman marries a bad man, suddenly everybody has an advice for her. Everybody is telling her. In church, they are telling her to pray. In the home, they are telling her to be patient. Everywhere on the internet, they are telling her, bring out your feminine energy. He needs your feminine energy. You need to calm him down. You need to endure. You need to be patient. Why is it that we associate suffering, patience, endurance, long suffering with the female gender? Why can't men also endure cheating wives? Why can't men also endure bad wives? Why is it that the responsibility of endurance is always on the women? And the worst part is the people that will tell you to endure the most.
It's crazy, right?
Andrew, what did you do?
I just muted someone. The video has ended.
Could you play the second one, the second video?
Husband cheating.
His name is cheating.
His name is cheating.
Cheating. And when you catch him red-handed, he will be lying. He lies.
So you got me off. You got you. You threw me off balance.
I'm sorry, just the way
Someone is saying you are casting your husband.
Your husband is a good man.
Nigeria man, sorry to say, the cheating is too much. Even me like this, I'm tired to leave the marriage. I don't want to kill myself. They say we should bear it because of our children. You even bring condom home, you will see it. Wow. You will ask him why it's like this.
All right, thank you for playing that video. I'm going to start with Tokwe. Tokwe, what is your opinion on those both videos in regards to endurance? You know, when it comes to marriage, the woman should do this, tolerate this, take this, pray, stay there for your children, please. You know, now you can't you can't live like that. Family members will come. So you saw the second video, what that lady said. So what is your opinion in regards to both videos?
I think it's an African thing, definitely not in the Western world. No woman will take cheating or abusive husband. They'll just walk away and just, call it quits and divorce. I guess it's an African thing. It's a taboo to, they frown against divorce. And it's a man's world, whether we like it or not. It's a man's world. Things men will get away with murder, but when it comes in a marriage, but when it comes to the female doing the same thing, it's frowned against. Women are expected to stay in that abusive relationship, like as they mentioned, because of the children, and again, you're looking at it. If I leave as a woman, if I leave that marriage because of abuse and I leave my kids in there, it just gives that open window for another female to come in. One man's meat is another man's poison. So if you are rejecting your husband and frowning against abuse, you'll be surprised you have 1,001 women out there who are willing to come in. And then you're thinking, if I step out of frustration for the abuse and the pain, and another woman comes in, I'm not financially capable of giving my kids the lifestyle that they currently have. Uh, with me being in the home and their father taking those responsibilities, if I walk away, once the other woman moves into the home, my children will suffer. That's just simple as that. My children will suffer. So women would rather just, stay in there and keep taking the pain, the abuse until some lose it, some buy, some just become lunatics and go crazy and end up in Yaba left. They call it Yaba left. That's the psychiatric home in Lagos. Simple as that. It's unfortunate.
Wow. So my question to you now, the other question I have for you, do you think between women and men, who do you think tolerates more or put up with more in a relationship or in marriage?
I said it earlier, Adama. It's a man's world. The
No,
women
no.
the women take all that responsibility and pain. They endure. They take that part of the endurance. That first clip said it all, summarized the truth. It was 100% accurate. How many times have you seen a man go to the Reverend Father for counseling about the bad wife, and you hear them tell the man to go through counseling and endure? How many? So the woman takes more, and it's also majorly the burden is more because of the financial aspects, especially when you're financially not sound or capable of taking care of those kids. Those kids are always your priority as a mother. So you would rather suffer it and stick it in there just for your kids not to suffer. That's why you find women remain there. The man has the financial power to do and undo, and that's why it's easy for men to just cheat and just marry more women, because they have that financial power.
Wow. Thank you so much for your opinion. I really appreciate it. Bree, I'm going to come to you now. When it comes to relationship, what you heard that lady said, why do women put up with this? Bree, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Topper. Nice to see you here.
Yeah.
Hi, Bibire.
Uh,
Koshefowora.
Good to see you here.
The two video you just watched, what is your opinion? And in regards to my question, what do you have to say to that?
Okay. So I'm not an advocate for people to stay in a marriage that they are not happy. So not for anything. There's a way that you can co-parent, and everyone go their separate ways. I feel like there's some of our culture that needs to be really examined because they're not progressive and enough, because we've been taught that we've been indoctrinated as women from Africa that you have to endure. If you're not married, you're not a complete person. You need marriage to really show your status in society. So, but for me, I like it, even though I live in the West, I'll say that I like some of the culture and some I would not take. So I feel like if you are not happy in a marriage, you don't have to stay there. You can co-parent and be cordial and be civil with each other. And not everyone will be married. It's just a fact, and I don't know why people cannot accept that. If you, the moment we start to embrace like independence and self-reliance, so maybe we'll move away from you have to endure a marriage that you are not supposed to be in the first place, because some marriages are not meant to be. Not
So
because
what
you end up
happened
with.
if the men say you are feminist? You're so independent that you don't recognize the testosterone when they walk into the room.
Okay, so I'll say this: what people believe to be feminist these days, what when you ask him from some men's perspective, they will tell you that, oh yeah, you're feminist because you want independence for yourself. And when men put their boot on your neck, and women are saying, no, I'm not okay. Can you take your boot off my neck? Then you become a feminist. So I don't share that ideology of, "Oh, because I want independence for myself, then I'm a feminist for that." If you that is where you see it, okay. But I just feel like not everyone is gonna be married. Not all marriages are meant to be. Not because you have children together, you have to stay together forever. Even though in some cases you as a woman and as a man, it has to be, can two work together unless they agree? That's what the Bible says. So it has to be like on both sides. You have to be willing to make it work. If it's not working, then you can take a step back. It's okay. It's okay to take a step back and not forget the noise of the society. And on the most part, I find out that this might be a little controversial. I found out that mostly people are there because of their pastor is saying they should stay there, or because of the religious purpose, which to me it makes no
Please
sense.
include family member in it. Please
Family member
include family
inclusive.
member.
Family member inclusive. They want you to stay in a place that will kill you. Is it until you die that you have to leave that marriage? And this goes for both men and women. A marriage that is not serving you, it's not meant to be. Just go and be civil and be cordial and live your life. Marriage is not for everyone. So if we the moment we start to embrace that, maybe we'll have this independence in our minds, and be able to free ourselves from this shackle of you got to be married, you got to stay married. No, we just have to do what is good for you, what gives you peace. Peace is what is important. You can be married and be miserable. Who wants to be miserable for the rest of their lives? It's not. We live in the West, and you see people even at old age when they are in the like in nursing homes and all that. You see them; they are single and they are even though they are married, but maybe the family drop them in the nursing home or something, and they're just there, and the other partner is just living their lives. So for me, I feel like if something is not serving you, is not bringing you peace on both sides, both men and women, it's okay to step back and take a break. If it's still not working, then let it go. Some things are not meant to be held on to. So
So,
that's
Bri, I'm
just
not going to let you go yet. I wanted to ask you one more question, then I'll go to Mr. Obey. The other question I wanted to ask you is this. When it comes to our culture, when I say culture, the African culture, I think in some aspect they failed women in empowering our women. So, what is it about the African culture that makes our women feel that they have to tolerate, put up with, endure everything that has to do with being with someone? And I don't want to say marriage to be
uh-huh.
it doesn't have to be marriage, relationship, including relationship.
Mm.
And at the end of the day, because if you go in the African destination now, we see young girls who are side chick to married men. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And these girls want men that want to take care of them. They are willing to be whatever number that man say you will be in my life, to just be in that man's life. And I always tell people this has nothing to do with how financial capable that woman is. Women, even who are financially capable, are willing to be fifth, sixth wife, whatever number. So, what is it in the African culture that makes this women feel they have to put up and tolerate with whatever these men are doing?
Okay, so that's why I said that we've been fed this ideology of if you are not married. I feel that it mostly has to do with societal pressure. If you are not married, then you are not whole. You are not a person. You are not your own person. So if I think that is the main, that is the root, because from what you said, even women that are financially independent, they want to be married. So, but if we change our approach towards marriage, maybe we'll begin to see clearly. Okay, and I'll still bring it home and say that. Okay, why do you think in American politics, why do you think all this is going on? Because women are now gaining freedom. Some people choose not to have children. Some people choose not to be married. And what happens in that case? Their race begins to drop because women are making independent decisions of being by themselves or being alone. They're okay with that. And what these people kind of like have to put it in policies that we kind of like take women away from other independence and send them at home. Why do you think they want that? But people are not pro-life because they love children so much. They are pro-life because they want women to go back. Women don't care anymore as much as they used to. Our mothers, our ancestors, they did all that because there was no financial independence for them, because they didn't have any room to breathe. They didn't have any as much as we have now. So it's not like the same. So I feel like people should view marriage in a different way regardless. So the moment we begin to shift away from that, I'm not saying we should not try to work things out, because even in families, within, among your siblings, you have issues. You can try to work things out, but if things are taking anything that is taking your peace away, step back from it. Marriage is not a do or die thing. That did not say that you will not enter heaven, because everyone, when you get to heaven, everyone will stand and give account of what they have done. They're not going to lump you together according to what they said to do. So, and I feel like religion is part of it as well. Like I said, religion is part of it. Everything is intertwined. So we have to start, detangling, detach from a lot of things. Until then, we might not just get it right. That's just my opinion.
Thank you so much, Bria. I really appreciate your input. Please don't go anywhere. We still have two more videos coming up. Mr. Obe, good evening, sir. Could you please unmute if you're there? Mr. Obe.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm right here.
All right. Good evening, sir. Could you please unmute? Did you watch the video that was just played?
Yes, I did. The both of them. Yeah.
Okay, so what is your opinion on both videos? And why do African men feel that if a woman cannot endure, like if you don't have that endurance, you're not a good woman? Not say all African men, some African men,
Yeah.
some. Because Africa like this word, yeah, they like this emphasis when you're talking. You need to use the word some, some. It's not
Oh.
all.
Yeah. Adama, thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm always unable to join the first segment because of my timing and everything. So I love the issues of Babangida that came up earlier, but I couldn't just be part of it. Well, left for me, am I the first male that is speaking on this issue now?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. As a married man and an experienced man in the situation, I think I look at my angle of an experience as a topic sentence. The fact remains that we are traditional in nature as Nigerians or as Africans, as it were, from our background, our brought up, our training. Most of us came in here after our adult age, anyways. There's a parable that you can't learn new trick at old age. That is the reason. That is more reason why many are failing, because many people want to start learning new situation when they're already old. It's difficult to blend, and then when you are blending, you make a lot of mistakes. And at the end of the day, it's a lot of damages we are witnessing from our diaspora community today. The same reason. We're traditional in nature, and from our brought up, from where we grew up, from our situation, differently from anywhere you came from the country, you have a different set of rules and beliefs that you were nurtured with consciously by your parents. And that makes you a better person today. Because, like me, my daddy was a military officer, a soldier. So I had that in-house training that anywhere I am, I always succeed. Nowhere I am that I cannot survive, because I had that training in my background. So I'm always grateful for that. But that consciously work on my personality, as it were. Whether I'm in America or I'm in anywhere in Europe, anywhere I am, it's gonna show up in one way or the other, because it's innate in me. It's right there. So coming to the marriage situation and during marriage, when my elder sister married those days, when we were still in Benin, the chairman of the occasion, his emphasis was that perseverance. He used the word perseverance and endurance. That's the reason why you stay. Persevere and endure. There are two different words anyway. Perseverance means you see situations around you. You just believe that, oh, this thing is gonna pass. It's part of it. You were consciously told that it is what you're gonna see. So that word, my sister never forgot that video and that word. Each time there's a situation, she go play it and it calms her down. You persevere. And it's the bedroot of two different people who were trained with two different backgrounds, who had different trainings from different parents, come together to live a life together. So they're going to bring different perspectives to situations. So it's not left for maturity, it's left for their positioning and their where they are looking up to, or where they are going, or their vision to lead them through. In the way there will be a lot of rough road to pass, and a lot of fightings and a lot of disagreement, but you must find a common ground to lead on. That is when two mature people are involved in this situation. So that word persevere, that word endurance is part of this game, or is part of the institution of two different characters coming together to exist together after attaining maturity, adulthood, not teenagers, not child. It's somebody that is of 30 years, that is of 28 years, 26 years, coming together with an adult of 25, 24. They're two different people who are supposed to have been trained and matured. So they have different ideologies, different belief, different set of rules and values. So they must be able to, let each other and win at times and go on. But like she said, is a male or a man's word or something. I don't like to use that because those are archaic. Because today the women are even trying, some of them are striding more than even the men. So it's no longer a man's word. It's a word that you want to create for yourself, that you want to, be in. So left for me, the women persevering more than the men is not a topic that you're supposed to look at from the angle of feminism or the angle of our sex-like ideology. No, it has to be who is giving more and who is taking more here. That's the point. Who's giving more? Who's taking more? At the end of the day, if the man think he's giving more, he's going to, at the end of the day, break him down. If the woman think he's giving more, it's going to, at the end of the day, break him down. So if these two are not supposed to agree together, our problem those days is that we don't seek advice from the right place when we're back home. All we go is pastor, church, those kind of nonsense. They are not experts in this situation. We don't have what we call marriage counselor those days in our situation. All we know is when there's a quarrel, you go and tell your father, you go and tell your mother. As if you will tell my mommy will come and join you. My mommy will protect his son. It's normal, And if you tell your mother will not come and kill you and come and join me. No, it's going to be biased because of the nature that we are in. So left for me, from what she was saying, she's kind of the woman as it were. They are softer tissues. They take a lot because if you look at the construction of the home as it were, the female activity takes almost 75%. And the man is taking 25%. When I take activity, I'm taking running of the home, running around, getting of the kids, carrying for 9 months, and running job, everything. The women activity around the home. I call multitask people. That's why I call my wife in those days. I said, man, you multitask too much. I can't do this. I do one thing at a time. I will just crash land. She can be taking on phone, she's cooking, she's attending to baby, she's taking care of laundry, she's another son somewhere, she's running after it, all at the same time, and it will give everything. That is how God has made them unique. At that point, you need to now understand that there's a lot of heat on them, so they're going to flip easily. most of the time because of pressure. So it's not left for the man to understand and be able to give that support that she need at that point. So I say the reason why people are having to endure is because the man himself is not a family man. Is not creating that atmosphere that will make the home stride. That is why the woman is feeling only me is doing too much. You are not doing. You are the one that is coming to bully me after you have gone to date somebody outside, or you are carrying condom home and you are careless and all that, and you are loose guarding, and the woman is catching you here and there, and you think you have the monopoly to do, and the woman does not have monopoly to do. I understand that. By the end of the day, you must not throw it to her face. Those are the things that cause the woman to be very angry. That me, I'm here looking after children, doing everything, and you are coming to throw condom around the house for me. Some men are so insensitive and so stupid that at times you don't lose guard, even if you're doing stupid things outside. Because that disrespect alone will be her topic sentence, not even what you're doing.
Okay.
You understand? So at the end of the day, we need to run our programs based on two people that are matured, trying to make a home, and that is how it works. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to go to Madam Luke. Welcome, Mama, to the show.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good, ma'am. Did you watch the 2 video?
I did. Actually, I watched the last one with the lady complaining about
her husband name is
woman.
cheating.
Her husband what?
The one she said her husband's name is cheating.
Okay, I saw that one. I didn't see that one, but I saw the one that the lady was saying women should endure.
Yes, yes, ma'am. What is your opinion, and why do you think, Madam? Look, my question is, Topper says something is, she said this is a man's word. What is your opinion? Do you believe this is a man's word? And at the same time, I've heard men use this word. Oh, she's a feminist. Her feminist, she's so independent, she's so this, that. So how did the two, if you meet someone who is in a man's word and a feminist, how can those two coexist under the same roof?
Well, I want to say shout out to my fellow panelists. Miss Bibere, I always love listening to you. Thank you for gracing us with your appearance once in a while. Really appreciate it. I appreciate Adama and I appreciate Tokwe, the women that keep the platform going. We need more women.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. We need more women, so that way we can have a balance of views from the women's world and the men's world. Thank you. Yes, to answer your question, a feminist can never survive in a man's world. They are extremely polarizing ideologies. Just the word feminism enough conjures up the worst of images in a man's mind, in a typical man's mind, because they don't see that there are gray areas. They don't see that there are benefits of being a feminist. They don't see that there are benefits of, having a woman in your life as a partner instead of a subordinate. And while there are no benefits of being in a man's world, I have not benefited from being in a man's world. They make poor leaders. They make poor role models. So I don't know what that man's world is all about. It is very predatory. It is very, very narcissistic. So I don't know what the definition of man's world is. So it is a very negative idea in my mind. Because especially when you have places like Nigeria, where women are second class citizens, you know you're not going to go very far in a man's world. But as a feminist, you can only go so far because you now recognize you have a brain that you can use and nobody can tell you no BS. It doesn't mean you don't need a man because once you say you're a feminist, they say, oh no, you don't need a man in your life. Such illiterates you cannot even discuss with because they don't even have an idea what feminism is all about. And I'll break it down in a very nutshell. Feminism means you are independent and you are a partner to only a man with a progressive mind, not a man with a retrogressive mind. Because I claim to be a feminist living in a man's world, which I hate. And that's the reason I left Nigeria. The only thing women can do is get married and breed kids. Look at what happened, like you played in the Fabio um, um, Natasha incident. This lady had to go and get married to come back to politics. Do you understand what I'm saying? When she was single as Natasha Muti, they ridiculed this lady. This is the lady that has been married, has three beautiful children because her marriage did not work. They called her all kinds of names that you have to be married to be respected. This lady went and got married. I will bet my life that marriage to Odwara is a contractual marriage. Why do women have to go through this to live in a man's world in Nigeria? Why? I cannot do that. That's why I know my service in Nigeria can never be rendered because as far as I'm a feminist living in a man's world, we are not going to get along because anything come my way, I will bulldoze you. And the only thing you're going to do in Nigeria is to lock somebody up in jail or you gang assault her emotionally and financially. They will kill your businesses. They will turn you into a call girl so that you can make your way in Nigeria. I know what Natasha went through. She was in tears. She was crying because she didn't have a husband. That is a man's word for you in Nigeria. But in a nutshell, no woman should have to go through that. I hate the words or the phrase telling me the man is the head of the household. You can take that your head and tail somewhere else. No, in this house, there's no head, there's no tail. We're partners. Wherever you fall short, I pick up. I don't do Bible. I'm not a Christian. I'm not interested. So I set the rules in my own house. You can take that to your head of the household somewhere else. It's not going to work with me. We are partners. What can you do? What can I do? Let's make this family work. Does it mean that there's no head or tail in the house? Of course, you ever have a leader, but that role is changing. Now, why the benefits of being a feminist is because you can survive on your own. When that's your so-called head or tail of the household is no more. You don't have to depend, look for another man to finance you emotionally or financially. So that way you can only attract the best of men. Men who can see your worth. Not all these bend pick men out there that think they need somebody to latch on and to humiliate so they can have their ego rise. Most men cannot even have an erection if they don't slap their wives. That is the truth. I was privy to a conversation a man had one day, and he was saying that the reason he likes his wife to pound the yam, he doesn't use blender, he doesn't use anything. He wants the wife to pound the yam so that her sweat infuses into the pounded yam. Let me tell you, we are sick in that country, and we have never empowered women like you said, and it's not going to get better any soon. So that is the reason why Nigeria remains backward because women do not shine. And when they shine, they expect you to have a godfather in the bedroom to be able to do that. And that is why Natasha and Kobe got married. As for me, this woman here talking, I'm on my own wavelength. Me, I set this case in my marriage and I made it clear. When you cannot deal with it anymore, the door is open, you can walk. And my upbringing is such that I did not grow up in a home where there was a role model. I mean, a marriage where my parents divorced when I was 8 and my father was a single parent. So having been raised by a man, what bullshit do you think I'm going to take from any man? My mom didn't take it, so why am I going to take it? So on that note, women be strong. Don't let nobody tell you, I know why. Not like Miss Baby Ray said, nobody has to be married. I was on a platform, another platform, where the host of the platform made a statement that he is sorry for anybody who is not married and doesn't have children. In fact, that was the day I started planning to leave that show. Because when anybody opens their mouth to say, it just shows you the kind of person they are. It shows you the kind of person they are. So nobody should be celebrated for individualism. If you like Miss talk Miss Adam said, are you going to carry these children and husband to heaven or wherever the hell you're going? So we need to learn to celebrate individuality. When you guys can come together and make a team, that's fine. If you can't, by all means, do you. Me, I relish an independent mind. So whether a man is in my life or not, or a child is in my life, is irrelevant. So women learn to be strong emotionally and financially. If that is the only way you can attract the partner that is worth your salt, not out of desperation or neediness. Thank you, my people.
Thank you so much, Mama. I really appreciate you joining us. I'm going to go to Andrew. Andrew, could you please unmute?
Adama, sorry. Let me
Yes,
tell you. Since I'm at work, I'll be going and coming. When everybody has made their final run, I'll come back in.
no problem.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead, Andrew. You're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. They said it's a man's world. I mean, that was just Brown that sang the song. I don't know if there's anybody that sang it before him or who is the originator of that statement. But is that what really what he said that it's a man's world? We need to put things in context and in full perspective. He said it's a man's world, but it is nothing and nothing without what? Without a woman. So by that, it means that the women or the woman is not disregarded or discarded, but we go with this narrative that it's a man's world. So anything the man does, the women are not recognized or whatever it is. Yes, I recognize that we have still a long way to go in terms of women having their place or being recognized in our society as it is in the Western world. But the idea or the suggestion that cheating is an African thing without having no evidence to back it up, it's to me, it's just completely out of point. Cheating exists in Europe or Western world. The reason why you and I do not know is because they have this privacy, they live this private world. You want me to tell you stories upon stories where the man is shagging his neighbors, yeah, the lady is neighbor because nobody knows? You can't go knock on a door to say, why are you shagging my husband? Or why is my husband shagging you? Because we say our own out, we now say it's an African thing. Cheating is not an African thing. Cheating is a man's thing, regardless whether it's black, white, or whatever it is. Is it applaudable? The answer is no. But if the woman now says she wants to cheat because her husband wants to cheat, good luck to her. That's what I always say. If it's for tit for tat, good luck to you. That's what I will say. None is applaudable. None is approved, not for the man, not for the woman. And I keep saying this while I condemn cheating or it shouldn't be. If you, the woman, now say you want to retaliate and it leads to the break of the marriage, you go marry another person. What is the guarantee that it's not going to happen again? My prayer is we don't meet men or you don't meet men, the women or my daughters don't meet men that cheat regularly and even throw it at their face. That is the worst part, that they will cheat and throw it at the woman's face. But we must be careful as to what we put out there to say, oh, if you can cheat, I can cheat as well too. If you can do this, I can do this. You see, the reason why women don't do it the way men do it, this is my own opinion, because that's part of their body. Not everyone woman will agree with me. They consider it more. Is it solemn? I'm trying to look for a word. I don't know what word to use. They consider it more like the man who doesn't have sense. Any holy sees he goes, but it takes a woman that for her to come to that point, or most women to come to that point, they must really, 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 really like you. And like what Adema says, side chick is not because some girls are desperate. There are women who have money that also wants to be side chick. It is a choice of the woman. She has a choice to say, no, I don't have a side. I don't want to be your side chick. Since you told me you have a husband, I don't want to be a side chick. I want to be on my own. I want to have my own man. But if The one that chooses to say she wants to be a side chick or she wants to be a second or a third wife or whatever it is, that is her choice. We come here every day, we say people should respect people, their views or whatever, what they do with their life. So if the girl says, I want to be a side chick consciously, not that the man kept the secret away from her that he's married. If the man said he is married and she felt it's a choice for her to want to be a side chick or to want to be a second, a third wife, that is our choice, and that choice should be respected the way we respect people's choice that wants to be gay and lesbian and whatever they want to be. Why should a second, third wife marriage should be a problem to us in the first place? I really don't understand. Cheating is not an African thing. If you go to the Bible, you will see it there. If you go to Quran, you will go to any book you read. It's not an African thing. So we must not put it that African men are cheat or Nigerian men are cheat. No. The white man, those in the Western world, they cheat as well too. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you so much.
Mr.
I'm going.
Mr. Dama, please let me comment on that cheating thing because I didn't really talk about it just for 2 minutes.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am.
Please, I agree with what Mr. Electricity said. Cheating is a universal phenomenon. It's not a Nigerian thing. It's not an African thing. But when you talk about the general African mentality in a man, monogamy is not a strong point, more so on the Western world because of a culture of polygamy. So that is where people talk about cheating. You cannot cheat in a polygamous relationship. Only men can, only men can get away with that. But a woman cannot cheat in a polygamous setting. So that is where the inequity comes in. So if you can cheat as a man, you forget that when you are cheating, there's something that you're doing to the woman that causes an emotional disconnect. So most women don't go out to cheat because they're retaliating. They go out to cheat because a bond, a special bond, has been broken. And the slightest person that shows them the slightest attention outside, they're going to fall for it. It might be vindictive, it might be retaliatory, but whenever you do that, a woman is emotional. So when you break that bond, don't expect her to sit down there and wait for you to go back and come back at will because you've left the emotional floodgates open. And also, I do not subscribe to this idea that a woman's anatomy is more sacred. Sir, excuse me, my purpose is not your temple. Don't come worship there. It's not your temple. It is my temple. And whoever priest is going to officiate there is the priest that's going to officiate there. So you won't tell me, oh, the man's this thing, so this one, the woman is the one. Hell no. Just like I see myself as a temple for you, you need to see yourself as a temple for me. It goes both ways. But once you break that bond, don't expect you to come back and meet it the way you met it. It's not going to work because I also have needs too. Whether I decide to pay you back or not is irrelevant. I need emotional needs and other needs to be fulfilled. Since you cannot meet them, please don't expect me to be waiting for you to come around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke. I really appreciate your inputs.
Sorry.
I'm going to. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just 30 seconds. Just to correct what I said. What I said is some women consider if you or the individual don't consider their temple holy, that is their own choice. But some women consider that part holy. That's why I said, let's respect what people wants to consider holy. Individual. If I don't consider myself holy, that is my own personal business. But if a woman consider herself holy and said, I am not going to cheat, we should respect that and not say because the man goes to see himself holy, why should he expect the woman also not to see herself unholy? I just want to put that out there, just to not to say I'm saying it's individual choices, and we should respect their choice. So if I don't see myself spiritual holy or my body holy, that is my choice. So if that woman says that is the way she wants to keep her own private life, then we have to respect it. If I want to open myself to the world, that is my business. If she decides to keep herself to the world, not to the open. That is our business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At the end of the day, no matter whose business it is, this is what I have to say. So
Sorry, I
long
beg
as
you.
you communicate
Sorry,
it
Miss
with
Adama.
whoever you are, your business, your ties are with. Because at the end of the day,
Miss Adama.
Did
Please,
you say pastor?
Miss Adama. I said
Dr. Adama.
Dr. Adama. So please, I have a problem when men come up here to speak for women. So whether some women said it, I don't know any woman that has ever told me that her body is a temple. So men should not come up here and bring up these fantasies that some women are doing that. It bring the women who consider themselves a temple. Most of them have like 6 or 5 baby dadas or so. Let's not live in this fantasy. Yes, if a woman comes out and says yes that they want to holy themselves, it's subjective. I don't know any woman that will do such a thing, that will keep herself. Even Abiola with all his concubines, half of them there had the DNA test was negative. So in this world that we live in now, we need to be careful what kind of statements we make out there. I don't see any video out there that tells me any woman in this planet has come to say that her purpose is holy and her body is holy. So please, let's not make statements that cannot back up. Women need to come out and tell you that they are temple. Maybe someone told you, but I don't know any woman that has told me that. So what I'm saying is, they want to do that. That is fine, but that is no typical woman will do that. Is what I'm saying because of your emotional needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Luke. I'm
Sister
going to go
Adama,
to
Sister Adama, sorry, I step away and honestly, I want to leave because I have visitors in my home. And
Okay, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Uncle Ike. Then after you, I'll go to AY. He just came in. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. So after
what the topic? Because I step away from my computer.
Oh, we are talking about the topic is why the women endure. Like, why is it that men don't have the same tolerance level when it comes to a lot of things that women put up with in a relationship and marriage? For example, cheating, doing things. Why do women still stay in that relationship? All in the name of because of the children. Let's put up with that. Let's put up with this. So. Electricity, do you mind, Uncle I, can you hold for a wait? Electricity, do you mind playing that video one more time, please, so that we'll all be in the same page for our viewers?
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I have never seen a man that has been asked to endure a bad wife. As soon as a man has a bad wife or he starts complaining about his bad wife, the first thing he's asked to do is...
Your husband cheating.
His name is cheating.
His name is cheating.
Cheating. And the only when you catch him red-handed, he will be lying. He lies.
After you got me off, you threw me off balance.
I'm sorry, just the way
Someone is saying you are casting your husband.
Your husband is a good man.
Nigerian man, sorry to say, the cheating is too much. Even me like this, I'm tired to leave the marriage. I don't want to kill myself. They say we should bear it because of our children. You even bring condom home, you will see it. Wow. You will ask him why is like this.
Could you play the first video again because you just stopped it? Could you play that first video?
Yeah. I thought it was the second one you wanted me to play.
No, the
Sorry
first
about
video.
that.
Play the first one.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I have never seen a man that has been asked to endure a bad wife. As soon as a man has a bad wife or he starts complaining about his bad wife, the first thing he's asked to do is leave that woman and marry another woman. Nobody is asking him to pray for his wife. Nobody is asking him to fast for his wife. Nobody is asking him to wait for his wife to change. Nobody is asking him to be patient with his wife. But when a woman marries a bad man, suddenly everybody has an advice for her. Everybody is telling her in church, they are telling her to pray. In the home, they are telling her to be patient. Everywhere on the internet, they are telling her, bring out your feminine energy. He needs your feminine energy. You need to calm him down. You need to endure. You need to be patient. Why is it that we associate suffering, patience, endurance, long suffering with the female gender? Why can't men also endure cheating wives? Why can't men also endure bad wives? Why is it that the responsibility of endurance is always on the women? And the worst part is the people that will tell you to endure the most.
part is the people that will tell you to endure the most are the female gender. So, Uncle Ike, that's the video what we're discussing, sir.
Well, I have just 2 minutes to say one thing before I
No, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
um I think, Sister Adam, I think this life is all about choices, right? Um, and that's why that is always good. They say you should be able to look well before you get into relationship. Like I think when we talked about this sometime, my mother told me that when you are going to marry a wife, before you marry a wife, you have to open your two eyes, and by the time you get married, you close one of your eyes, right? So, which means that the tolerance, the long suffering, the pain, the patience, and the perseverance should be on both sides. And the topic of cheating is not a good thing, and I don't think it's something that we should condole in a relationship. It is always good that we keep our relationship, we keep our marriage, we keep our vow, we did our wives and our husbands. And I know that there are situations where the issue of cheating comes in, but we should be able to ask ourselves what necessitated the issue of a man cheating or a wife cheating. There must be something. And if that thing is not found out or corrected by the two parties, I don't think that that marriage probably is not going to last. But I think that if the both parties are able to find out what have been causing the man or the woman to cheat, if they can find what's the problem, admit it, apologize, and find a way to, repair, recover, restore their relationship and their marriage, I think is the best thing for the children, because whenever we're talking about husband and wife, we seem to count out our children. Our children is part of the marriage, and a divided family, I don't think is good for any of our kids. So for me personally, I do not encourage that. It doesn't matter the circumstances about it. I wouldn't want anybody to go through that, but we know that it's happening. But I believe that the best thing is not to leave your wife, because sometimes when you leave your wife or your husband, that thing that make you to leave your wife and find somebody else, at the end of the day, you're going to find something else also on that particular man, on that particular woman. The question becomes, how many people are you going to live in a year before you go to the grave? So I think that, the patience and the perseverance and the sacrifices of both sides. And that's why it's very important to go into relationship, you know yourself deep, be open to each other, bring everything on the table, let everybody know your weaknesses, your area that you need help, so that your partner can know from the beginning. And probably before you go to say yes I do, both of you can work in your weaknesses and your shortcomings. And I think that that will be able to help in the marriage. So I think that it is all depends on choices we have made or we decide to make and we continue to make. That's why that I say most of the time that uh, I am a product of the decision that I've made in this life. So when you look at yourself in the mirror and you see yourself, you are the product of every decision you have made. So I think that personally myself, I do not want to encourage or see people go through that, whether a woman or a man, because whatever you are looking for in the life of Antonia is also in the life of your wife, that is Grace. Only for you to be able to bring it out, you see that Grace, your wife, is even more beautiful than Antonia. So I think that for me personally, it's not an African thing. We live in the developed world. This is the greatest place I see cheating, and it's common in Europe, in America, it's everywhere. It's something that is because a lot of emotion. These people where we live, they live a lot of emotion. Through emotions, they commit all sorts of things.
Thank you, sir.
I think that is not really an African thing, it's a general thing. We all live in the developed world. You see how people they cheat, like it's just like going to buy ice cream, right? If you are not strong enough, you can't resist that. So, but personally myself, I do not encourage that, and I don't think it's an African thing. It's a general thing. Okay? So
Thank
that's
you,
the
sir.
point. God bless you, and God bless all of you. I
Thank you,
wish
sir.
everybody the best of the
Kachifo,
day.
sir. Kachifo, thank you, sir.
God bless you. Yes.
Sir.
Bye.
Uncle Janaba, I'm going to come to you. Let me see if Jefferson is there. Jefferson, are you there?
I'm very much around though. Hi, Nadina.
One, you're next,
Right.
please.
So very good. So of course, it's a very, very serious topic, you know. Let me put this way that in marriage, no partner wants to be in a marriage that is abusive. You know, women have been in the forefront of abuse in marriages, and has to do with men oppressing their women. If you want a healthy family, the woman should be given every manner of support to sustain the home, you know, and it should be supported at all fronts. You know, there are so many lines of thought too, and I will keep on saying what I say. There's no smoke without fire. There are instances in marriages where the women provoke the men. And of course, the men react, and you know, it goes out of control. So, but do I support the fact that the man is always abusing the woman? No. And again, too, even within the marriage, there are instances where the woman is also abusing the men. But of course, in most cases, we always look at the former instead of the latter, which I just picked up. And in fact, a very practical example is, let me just give you a hint. If you have watched this movie, what they call this movie again? Oh, this pirate movie by one actor.
Did you say the name of the movie is Oh?
No. It's Pirates. Is it Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes,
okay,
I know the
fine.
movie. Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's Pirates of the Caribbean.
The actor acted in that movie, his wife was abusing him. Emotionally, he was abusing to the point that he was even setting him up. He took it a lot that at a point when they now went in court and found out what happened, they found that this woman was at fault and she had to pay heavy damages for abusing the man in the marriage. And it's just one of, and there are so many instances. Now, not just to say that men should be justified to always have the upper hand, you know. You see, one thing we need to understand is there's so much hate and there's so much pain. But if you want to know if we are getting it right or wrong, let us look at nature. Because in as much as the chaos is on planet Earth today, the nature will tell you how things are. There's, whether we like it or not, even in the animal kingdom, in the nature of things, it's an obvious part that the male are the ones in charge. But of course, it's not because they are in charge that they have all the answers. Of course, the lion is in charge in the jungle, right? But who does most of the hunting? It's the lionesses. And of course, when it's beyond them, they step in. And of course, if the lion is not doing what he's supposed to do, of course, the lionesses will attack. We definitely attack the lion because it's not capable of handling or managing the den. You see, that is in the eyes on the point of nature. You see, there have been so many lines of thoughts. Look, whether we like it or not, I'm glad everyone here is African. We are Africans. We are, Westernization or not, we cannot change who we are. Whatever lifestyle that's being done in these developed countries is not something what to copy. We are not them and they are not us. In fact, let me quote someone: they are not like us. Full stop. Whether we like it or not, they are not like us and we are not like them. You see, they have their own issues within their own culture, and their culture is not so fantastic. They might have shown us, okay, oh, we can do this differently. They can, have a better home. Everybody will talk, but it's not as if they are the best. They have all the answers. And if you watch very carefully too, they are indirectly trying to copy our good side of our African culture. Of course, we know we have a lot of work to do within our household to make sure that at least we can correct how things are done, so that at least people can have a say. people can be able to interrelate. I will summarize one part. In the aspect of cheating is not entirely the best. You see, it's not the best on both sides. So men make mistakes, women make mistakes. So that is something that we as human beings, both parties need to address. Do you understand? And again, for the fact again, there's something that has been brought up about women saying that, look, whether people want to be married or not is relative. But I'll not lie to you, it's subject to whatever anybody wants. Be the number one or be the number 11 to 2, 3. After all, let's not go too far. Is it not Regina Daniels that chose to be number 4 over her boyfriend? She had the option, right? But she chose because she felt comfortable. Oh, this guy will do it. And people said all manner of things on her.
She's not number 4, she's number 6.
So number 6. You see, she made a choice, right? Even me, I didn't like it because the person she was dating before.
But James Jefferson, don't say that she's a child. Look at how old that man is. That man is older than her dad, her biological father. Let us be realistic when we make this, when we have this conversation. That man is older than her biological father.
No. Adama, calm down. You won't tell me that she doesn't have a say on what she wants. After all, did they put a gun on her head, or on the gun of her parents' head that, oh, this your daughter must marry me or else? They didn't do that. You can go and check it. Oh, this woman was very, very mad, but I don't want to go into that. Whether we like it or not, I know that, yes, we are in a situation whereby women want to be independent and they don't want to suffer, they don't want to do that. It's fine because nobody wants to go under abuse. But trying to say, oh, you have to be independent or whatever, we have to look at the context, because whether we like it or not, there are so many women that are living a bitter life, that are very, very bitter. And even in their so-called solitude, or even in their own so-called life, we should not deny as if that is not happening. And that's the reason why even some women that have, or that even have money, they don't mind even being a side chick. And that is fact. But I'm going to stop here because I don't have all the answers. And I know many people are going to shoot me some arrows. All right, thank you.
I'm glad them up and I had this shoot to be some arrows. I'm glad.
The people that were shooting.
Uncle Jonaba, please, you're next, sir. Please, could you unmute, sir?
Thank you, Adama, for having me again. From what I have from Jefferson and you, Adama, and even that one about the side chick, and then we talk about religion. I want to say something. If we those that believe, and I so much appreciate the people who come straight and say they are not Christian, which I respect that. You guys know me. I don't have problem with all that. I don't fight for God. It's a good thing. There's a Bible version that say, I want to see how, and this my question go to uh, uh, Pastor Andrew. In that day, 7 women will take a hold of one man and say, will we eat our own food and provide our own clothes? Only let us be called by your name. Take away our disgrace.
Please,
What
could
do
you
you
tell us
say?
what part of the Bible,
I
what
say
you're reading
Isaiah
from?
chapter
I think
1,
it's
verse
Isaiah
1.
6 or 4.
Isaiah
Chapter 4
chapter
or
4,
6.
verse
No,
1.
chapter
I
6.
read it.
I don't know. I think it's Isaiah chapter 4, chapter 4
I
or
already tell
chapter
you the
6.
word
All right, thank you.
Isaiah
Right.
chapter 4, verse 1.
Verse 1. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Pastor John. No,
Don't call me pastor.
Pope John. Why did you call me pastor? I'm a pastor too.
Go ahead and answer it too. How do we look at it with this
Thanks for
situation?
that question. You see, it's I don't know. It's in the Bible. You're quite correct, and I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. It is as you just read it, that in the last days 7 women shall take hold of one man. So you can see there that it is a choice of the women that say, you know what, let us be your wife. You don't have to do anything for us. We just want to answer your name. we take care of our children, we will do that. Is it a license for the man to say he wants to take many wives? The answer is no to that. But from what we read, it was the choice of the women to go approach that man. And that was what I stated earlier. It's a choice of, if, except the man kept that part away from her, we can understand. But if the man revealed everything to her and she still said, listen, I don't mind. I want to be number second. I want to be number third. She's past that age. I mean, she's in the age of consent and is not breaking it. Why? I don't understand. That's a choice to make. Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
All right. Just for you guys that are talking about the number of the wife and all that, so at least maybe you have a clue of, and those that are religious too. So, but then coming to all the talk on the issue, I think everybody deserve to respect themselves and their partner. And if there's anything, there is more to what cause cheating. I think sometimes we've been privileged to talk about it and see it from our own perspective. But in life, you never know what you can handle until it happens to you.
So,
And
but Uncle Janaba, why you're saying that, and I respect your view and every man's view on this platform. Why is it that at the end of the day, these are two human beings? Yes, one emotional and the other one, yes, the body works differently. But at the end of the day, we both have blood running through our veins and we have pulse. Why can men not tolerate or endure or put up with women who cheat on them as well?
okay. Uh, for my own view about the whole thing, whether it's come from the male or the female partner, what I believe is that if A can endure, B can endure, it should not be a woman thing. That only woman should endure. Uh, but like our own side of the equations, even though we believe that cheating is not just African thing, but it's all men thing. But then when we come down to our own place, it's different. Um, you all know a popular preacher called Clifford Dollar. This is on national TV, so it's not something. There was a woman in his church, by in his own word, that she was going through abusive. She was being abused in her marriage, and she constantly tell her not to divorce until the woman died. Now he changes his view after that. So the point I'm making is that religion also tame them in marriage, which to me is we see a real woman that know what she wants from life. You cannot corner her to that. There is always a way to co-parent if there is a child or children in the marriage, instead of one dying for the other, and with respect. And our culture also play into that. I will stay. I'm from polygamous home, but then our culture also do not help. It just uh, like living in bondage. So to me, to as many that are listening to our broadcast this evening, my own view is that you do not have to condone abusive marriage, whether you're a man or a woman, even though in this case we are directing it at men. But of course, there are so many men too that are being abused by women. But then in this case, women have the right, or just somebody says sometimes it's a financial power. You're going to stay for financial power because a man have more than you, and yeah, then you now enslave yourself in a marriage. I think there's always a courage to pick your broken pieces and move on. But in any case, uh, we all have responsibility to keep our society civil and do what is right. what is not good for the other may not be good to the other partner. We should keep it with respect. And if a man will endure, if a woman will endure, and I'm trying to say also that there are many things that we face in our society, mental illness and all of those things that's happened that is not addressed, which is in a marriage issue. We say it's prayer and all of things. We have a damaged society when it comes to that part of our own life that is different from just cheating when we talk about abusive relationship in general, that it has to do with counseling. Expertise have to deal with it, get the help you need and all of that to make marriage work beyond just cheating, but in order to respect each other, physical abuse, emotional abuse, and all kinds of abuse in marriage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle Jonaba. I really appreciate your input and being patient with us. Thank you so much, sir, for always supporting us. You're so much appreciated. AY, welcome to the show. Could you please
Thank you, ma'am.
unmute your nest, sir?
Hey, good evening, everyone. I might quickly jump out now. Yeah, so the topic of discussion is the marriage scene, right?
Yeah, what is your opinion on the video that you just watched, and why do you think women endure and put up with so much, but men are quick to call it quits if the same thing is done to them?
Yeah, I actually listened to Tope submission when he said it's a mass world, right? I listened to quite a number of people, good submission. But I think the problem we are facing, especially we that come from Africa, we are struggling with identity when it comes to marriage. Because the truth is, we were kind of raised, most of us, in a traditional settings where our fathers were the leaders of the house. And we coming from Africa, most time, 99% of people, if you are not raised as a Christian, you are raised as a Muslim, and the religion support it, the tradition support it. So today we are moving away from the traditional settings, telling ourselves that these rules are kind of evolving. So what you now find is there is confusion everywhere. So people go into marriage choosing what works for them, what favors them, basically. Let me say, for example, you will see men in America today, I want a woman that will do 50-50. But if the woman is asking, give me 50-50 at home in form of house chores, you said, no, your father never did that. Meanwhile, your mother never paid 50-50. So also to the women. So you see women that will tell you, no, you are the man, you're going to pay all the bill. But they also want the men to come and help them do 50-50 at home. So it's kind of like very confusing. I think that's the genesis of the problem. I have spoken with quite a number of people on this kind of issue. So we are kind of lost. That's one. The second thing is the issue of leadership at home. I strongly believe in leadership. For me, I say this. If a woman, if you cannot submit to a man, if you cannot, your husband is like your boss. If you cannot work with him, it's better you don't marry him. This is just the honest truth. I mean, I know people have different opinion around this. That doesn't mean the man should abuse that privilege. They should also listen to the women, work with the women, and listen to their opinions on issues. That's the other thing. So we kind of, when people are comparing, issue of cheating, right?
The belief that all men cheat, first of all, I don't agree with that. I know a lot of men that don't cheat. I know women, most women, they don't believe this. They believe all men cheat. I know a lot of men that don't cheat. When we get to that point that we confuse ourselves, we start doing it like competition. Oh, the men cheat, but they go away, they get away with it. The women, why can't they cheat and the men also forgive? To me, it's so funny. It's not a discussion I can get involved in. I know for sure. I don't know of any man that we actually forgive cheating.
No,
Maybe there are some.
Anyway, stay right there, please. Don't go further. You said it's so funny. What is so funny about it? You
Yeah,
both are human beings. Don't look
yeah,
at it as being a man and a woman thing. You both
yeah,
are human. So
yeah.
what is it about you doing a woman doing the same thing you did, and you said it's so funny? What is so funny about it? You
Hey,
do it
hold
and
on.
she forgave you. Why is it when
Okay,
she did it to you, you can't forgive her? You
uh,
all of a sudden you have a problem with it.
hold on, Yada. Okay, here is it, right? For me, I believe I don't believe the man should have the right to cheat in marriage. That's first of all. Let me clear that. So I'm not gonna cheat in marriage, but
AY,
issue
is
of
it just marriage or relationship as well, please?
even
We're not just talking
relationship.
about marriage because we have
Okay,
singles who listen to us and
even
singles who come on this platform.
yeah, why in marriage is more complicated. In relationship, it's not that complicated because you can easily walk away, right? In marriage, maybe children are involved, a lot of things are involved. You want to break a home right away. You want to break it. In relationship, I mean, if a woman cheat or a man, you can say, you know what, to hell with you. I'm moving on. Bye. Yeah, there is nothing like the highest thing you got to think about it for this. You move on. But in marriage, it's more difficult because before anybody will do that, man or woman, you need to think very strongly. You know, you need to think very strongly the consequences of what you are doing, right? So for me, I'm not supporting any of that. You know my position on this issue. I heard my beautiful sister, is it Amos? I heard her talking this afternoon, a very solid submission. But on this topic, I want to bring my part of it. You know where I stand. Instead of cheating, instead of side chick, marry more wives. I know a lot of you men don't believe in more wives, but you believe in side chick, you believe in cheating. People should be allowed to marry more wives. If you can, marry more wives. Stop cheating around. Stop giving birth to children, baby mama, making baby mamas you can't take care of. You don't really care about. You are even hiding from your family because you don't want your wife to be aware of them. You don't want your family to be aware of these children. It is one day you die, they will still come up and say, "Oh, he was my father. He is my father." He just
Okay, AY,
Mm,
hold on.
mm.
You're taking us to where I don't want to go. There is
No,
the next
here
video
is
coming up.
it's very important.
Hold on, AY, hold on.
Mm.
The point I'm trying to make to you is must everyone, every man, must some men who be a polygamist because you're one. And I don't frown at that idea. Must it to be a polygamist, you have to know what it entails. It's not because you like women.
I can lecture. It's not issue of like I can lecture you for it. You guys want
We
to
don't
get
want to
idea
lecture
about
about
politics.
that. That's not what today's topic
Big,
is.
I know, but it's still part of it, right? I mean, like you not believe in polygamy. I heard Amos talking. It seems she doesn't believe in polygamy yet. Maybe one day we'll get her into the cycle. Polygamy is beautiful. It's the solution to all these problems, to be honest. It's part of the solution. As long as you can take care of multiple wives, marry multiple wives is the best thing, man. Trust me. It solves all these problems. Instead of running around, your wife don't know where you are, everybody.
Okay, AY, since you want to say that, I want to throw you something now. You know,
I'm
they
coming.
say,
Move on.
no,
I will
AY, you say
join
you
you.
want to
I'm
educate us.
coming. Please,
Tell us
please. I'm
three
coming.
things
I'm
you need
coming.
to
Ada,
do.
please. I'm
No,
coming.
but listen though, but I want you to listen so that our viewers will understand what you're saying. I want you to land your submission. Tell us 3 things you need to do to be a polygamist.
I can weigh in on that if you want me to weigh in on it.
No. AY is the one promoting it. Let him say. He said he can lecture us in it.
But so can I give opinion?
Yes, you can give an opinion, and Boom Boom Ray is here.
To
So
be a polygamist is to just marry the women. Now, what else again? Marry them and marry them and marry them and take care of them. That's my opinion. I don't know
okay.
what.
All right, thank you. All right, Boom Boom Ray, I want to recognize you before I come back to AY. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining. I know your buddy is here. Brooklyn.
Yeah,
Yes, welcome.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Boom Boom Ray, we can't hear you.
We
Oh,
can't
you
hear
told
you.
me to
You're
speak.
low.
I couldn't hear you guys. You want me to? You were asking me
Yes,
a
go
question.
ahead and speak. I asked a question. You share the same ideologies because I know a little bit about you, and I
Right.
can say this. What are the 3 things it takes to be in a polygamous relationship? I know you're Muslim, and it
Mm-hmm.
has nothing to do with religion because I see these polygamous Christians are now doing it more than the Muslim people.
Mm-hmm.
So, what are the 3 things it takes to be in a polygamous relationship and to sustain them?
Okay, so
Then
let
after
me.
that, why do men lack, they don't have the same tolerance level as women do?
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the second question is why I actually came on, but let me deal with the first question you asked me. First of all, I do understand um, polygamy a little bit based on my understanding of the Islamic faith. Now, let me let me preface that by saying I do not come from a polygamous family. Now, neither from my father's side or my mother's side do we have polygamists. Even my own father has multiple children and was married multiple times, but not to more than one woman at the same time. So I just said let me get that out the way. Now, if to be a polygamist, I mean electricity, I think he just said it. If we're to go from my understanding of the Islamic faith, it would be you just have to be able to take care of them. You have to love them equally, and they have to have rights over you, just like you have rights over them. So the rights are not equal, meaning you don't expect her, for example, to go to the farm, but then she doesn't expect you to come home and start burping the kids or washing the dishes. You get what I'm saying? So the woman has rights over her husband, and he has rights over her. Basically, they're equal, but not in the same sense. If you understand what I'm saying. So polygamy, even though polygamy is encouraged in Islam, the criteria or what you're supposed to do to marry more than one wife is actually very high. Because, for example, they say you have to love the women equally, right? But that's almost impossible to do, to love one person as just like the other. You probably can't even love your kids the same way. You might love them unconditionally, but for different reasons. You might say, okay, this child's temperament is higher than this one's, or this one is gentler, or this one is louder, but you love your kids regardless, or your siblings, for example. So now in Islam, like I always reference that if we're trying to say that is what AY was talking about, why do you marry multiple women? Well, it's not that you just have to marry them just to satisfy maybe your sexual urge. And not saying that's what AY said. I'm just saying, for example, um, they say women, divorcees. A woman got divorced does not make her unmarriageable. It could have been the husband was abusive. And if people know about Islam, then women have the rights to divorce, even more so than so-called Western Christian women. A woman is not happy in her marriage, she can call for a divorce like this in Islam. So that doesn't make her unmarriageable. Women that are widows, for example, women that their husbands died in war, does that now mean that they are scarred or you can't marry them or they have to live their life alone or lonely? So these are certain reasons or some reasons why polygamy is encouraged. And I think that was the route AY was going. Now to your second question, why don't men forgive women if they cheat, just like women would forgive men? Well, if you would agree with me, you guys, meaning you women, Adama, you love differently than us. Saying if, for example, a guy was to see a woman, we could sleep or have sexual relations with a woman without having feelings for her. If we saw a woman on the street tonight or at a party or at a club and we decided to have sexual relations with her, we could have sex with her and still go home to the person that we love without leaving our feelings outside. For the most part, and not saying this is for every woman, for the most part, this is not the same with women. It takes time for a woman to have feelings for you, trust for you, before she would give her body to you. Now, just think about the effort it takes to build that relationship with a woman before a woman that is already taken by somebody else, that sleeps in the bed with somebody else. So imagine the amount of time it took, the amount of lies she had to tell, the amount of effort before she had the feelings for you, before she started thinking about you, and before she gave herself to you. Women usually don't give themselves. I'm not saying, again, not this is not a one size fits all thing, but I'm saying most women will not give themselves to more than one man at the same time. I think most of us on here would agree with that. Most women will, if they like a man, they want to be with that man, both body, soul, and mind. That's just who she wants to be with. Once a woman takes herself and gives her body to somebody else, 9 times out of 10, she is gone. She doesn't love you anymore. And if for whatever reason she decides to stay in that marriage, maybe she's enjoying some financial benefits, or say she wants to be with her children, for example. Maybe that's why she doesn't want to break the marriage or break the relationship. I would be willing to bet that she will carry on that relationship. Because even science backs it up. There's something called limerence. If you go check limerence, why certain women, once they fall in love with a guy and they
I know
cheat
what
and
you're
cheat,
talking about.
yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. You know what I mean? So they cannot stop it. They're not going to stop it. They're just going to keep going back and going back because now they're infatuated. It might dissipate after, I think, 48 to 36, 24 to 36 months. Some say 48 months. It might come down and then she might start thinking right again. But in that moment when she's in love with that person, she's not thinking about you. So it'll be dangerous on a man's path to forgive a cheating woman. I personally will never can never do it, and I personally will not encourage another man that a woman has cheated on to forgive that woman, not out of maliciousness, but just based on what I think I know about women and relationships. So we love different, men love different. women love different, and the way we give ourselves to the opposite sex is also different.
So what would you say? Okay, boom. I'm glad to have you here, and I'm honored anytime you come on, it's like a show for me and you.
Oh yeah,
So I want to ask you this question.
yeah.
As a black man
Hmm.
and as a Muslim religion, where your religion allows you to take in as many wives as you do,
Hmm.
and you're someone that has been coming to
No,
this
it's just
platform.
for not as many women as you do.
Oh,
No,
okay,
no,
sorry.
yeah,
Let
yeah.
me
It's
correct.
forced. Mhm.
Let's say four. Okay, so, and you've been coming to this platform, you've observed everything that happens. You know the African because you're an African yourself.
Right.
So, what would you say? What would you advise our men to do differently in the way they handle our women? Because I see them coming, everything they say when they transition here into the diaspora,
Hmm.
they meet someone. Let me use myself for an example. Someone
Hmm.
is an accomplished, she knows what she wants, everything. Yes, I'm
Hmm.
married. Yes, I'm taking and everything. At the same time, when you coming into a room, people will automatically have all these labels on you without even knowing who you are.
Hmm.
So, what will you advise our men to do differently when they come here in the diaspora and realize that they are no longer in Africa?
Hmm.
That their mentality they have back home, because I see a lot of men who still have that same mentality and entitlement they have, like they are still in Africa. So what will you say to them and our listeners they need to do differently?
Okay, so it's a cultural thing, right? And I think you have to deal with people. You can only deal with people based on what you know, but at the same time, you can also get better based on what you learn. So I think for our people, not just the men, the women included, I think our people, we need to learn first and foremost, we need to learn patience. We need to learn patience. We need to learn the art of love. We need to learn the art of romance. Most, I wouldn't, let me not say most because this might be judgmental, but a
No,
lot
you're
of,
not right. Most of the African men are not romantic. Let me say it for you. I can say it for you. But they're hearing me right now. They are not romantic. No, they are lame. Yes. And when you want to touch them, yes. And that's why I can't connect with people like that. Maybe it's just me.
so,
And I'm
so,
wired differently. Me and
right.
I
So,
can't. When you touch them and you're looking at them, stare at them, they're like, why are you looking at me like that? Because you're weird.
so we need to learn romance. We need to learn um, patience, and we need to learn equality. It's not a big deal. For example, your woman is sitting down, and then you doing the dishes, or throwing them in the dishwasher, or mopping the floor, or just what I mean. Give her some her time. It's not a big deal, but I was listening to you earlier, and you said people will say, "Well, I didn't used to do this. My dad never did this. Why would I do it?" It's not a big deal. And that's not just the art of romance. Maybe set aside days sometimes for a date. It might not even be just a date. You can even do it in your living room. Both of y'all can have shows you watch together.
And we have jacuzzis in our master bedroom they never
You get what I'm
use.
saying? So you
Can
can
they
do
have me do a class for them to show them what you can do in your home without going out on a date?
yeah, you can do it in the house. You could cook for her. You could cook for her. You can even make a drink for her. It could, whatever, like just that there's little things you could do to just spice up your relationship. And I'm not it doesn't have to include money. Because I think to a large extent we pay too much attention on the financial aspects of things. It could to build a relationship, and this is why sometimes they look at people from the West and they'll say, "Oh, they're stupid in the way they love," and no, it's not. It's just those to build a connection. is usually a thing of the heart and of the mind. And once you have that connection, if you're lucky enough to be with someone you love, someone your best friend, then I think that could be a start. But let's start by getting in relationships with people that we actually do like. Let's not talk about love now. Let's start with a relationship with someone you actually do like. Someone you like to be around, someone you're outside and you want to rush home and be like, I want to be with her because I got something I want to tell her. Or she texts you like, oh, guess what happened at work today, blah, 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 and you want to run home. Or you guys are watching a show and you're having fun, you're laughing and you're arguing. And then when the kids are looking at you like, oh, look at mommy and daddy. They just always silly. And this is what they're going to remember 30, 40 years from now. How their parents used to play around, how their parents could not do with each other. So, just little things. I guess a lot of people, I think the mistake a lot of people do, from what I see in Nigeria, for example, is people marry because they think this is what society wants. People marry because they think the biological clock is ticking. People marry because they think all their friends are getting married. Now, not saying you can't grow to love someone in an arranged marriage, for example, or marrying someone that you met in a short time period. But I think a lot of times people get married to people they don't know, and they end up not liking those people, and they end up being in a marriage or a relationship of convenience. So let's start with marrying or getting in relationship with people we like and can't do without. And I think, that's a good start.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Boom Boom
Thank
Ray,
you.
for joining us. I just want everybody to stay. I'm going to play the last video, then I'll come to you, Andrew. Then we'll go from there. Hold on.
To show say many Niger associations in diaspora they useless. To show say many Niger associations for abroad, even this Yankee, they not get head. Now we Trump don't ready to take over power, and the mass deportation when talk, they looming. Most Indian associations, Latino associations for this America, then don't prepare, they on guard with their immigration lawyers and other types of lawyers to prevent the wrongful deportation of their own people. This is how people come together, both home and abroad. But I not fit talk the same for Niger people. Many of una get association for abroad. Una aims and objectives na to drink, dance, intimidate una selves with una achievements, intimidate una self with dressing and jewelries, gossip una selves morning till night. Because if you dey find gossip for this diaspora, join Niger Association. There's a big gossip where when I make many people even quit. Even some of the people who take these associations, we are not even talk to. I will come and ask them. All these associations, what will be their aims, goals, and objectives? They go say, if person buy, we they donate money to carry his dead body back to Africa. So now to carry person dead body back home, now be una goals and objectives. Then if person papa or mama buy, una come donate money, give the person, make they go do burial. Finish. Ew. I don't say many of them not get shame. Me at the air put on the shame. I don't get una because no not get shame. At the air put on the shame. Here in America, Indians, Koreans, Chinese, they go come together do osusu till they buy house for each other. Plenty of osusu wey Nigerians even involved here for abroad. Some go end for station because some people carry money, they refuse to pay back for other people to carry. How long are we going to continue like this?
Thank you. Adam, are you there?
Andrew, I'm going to come to you. So what is your opinion on...
I mean, The guy is right. Oh, sorry. I thought you could go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
no, no, no. No, what is your opinion on this video? Because you know one thing, if you know me, those that know me personally, I hate WhatsApp. Nigeria is so quick to creating WhatsApp group and everything about this thing. I don't like it because you know why? At the end of the day, for me, this is my own personal opinion. When I'm talking as a moderator, you see me talk because I want people to come in and talk. When I want to share my views, I'll tell you it's my personal opinion. Now, this is my personal opinion. When it comes to association, the older I get, I have come to find out that I'm an introvert. I hush. All this association are not making sense. Like, what am I doing this for? What am I in that for? By the end of the day, you pick and choose and think wisely. So, Andrew, what is your opinion on this video? Why are Nigerians, why is it that our association, I know they are known for partying, and there are some, I know, this is me, I'm not saying about you, here in the United States, if you have to join alone, you have to have 10K. 10K. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not going to mention it. You don't have to believe me, but it's up to you. That's your prerogative. But people who know. But the way they show up and show out, everything about them is luxury. So why is it that what he said now, how do we apply what the other cultures are doing when it comes to our association, other than this college WhatsApp thing, high school this thing that goes nowhere other than gossip? This one got married today. This one, do you know this one? So what can we do differently, Andrew?
Thank you very much. I mean, the guy is on point. Like you said, if you know shame, I shame for you. uh, I don't know what we can do differently because in the UK and even here in Ireland, you see these Asians. Honestly, these Asians, they come together to build, to defend themselves. The Chinese, I mean, the Indians and the Chinese. It's like in war, they don't leave anyone behind, dead or alive. They represent themselves in every aspect. And if you look at the Indians or the Asians, they are more into these material things than us. But at the same time, they they stick they stick together. Why our own association is not like that, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if because we're selfish, because we're self-centered, or because I really cannot tell. Because I've had this discussion some years back with this I mean, there's some certain things I can't say here for privacy purposes. How the Asians, Indians operate. And I will always doff my cap for them. Honestly. When one comes, 20 will come. And so it's like we, just as the way Nigeria is, we only think of ourselves, myself inclusive. We're selfish. We think of me, 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 me. Yes, there's nothing wrong for me to look out for myself first and not look out for others. But I remember a colleague who I was fired or had an issue back in one job I did. And he fought this case. He fought it. Do you believe the entire Nigerian black behind him were not behind him? In fact, they were condemning him that you're on too much. Now you this and that, now you this and that. And eventually he succeeded. Because of his what he did, it brought respect to even those that condemned him. Why do we enjoy? I mean, being alive is far better than being dead. So if we look out for those who are alive, it will make sense that okay, when he died or she died, we are gathering together to go bury this person. But we look after each other while we were alive. But if we don't, honestly, I can't answer why we are like that, besides saying that it's just selfishness, not getting our priorities right with me. I don't know, to be honest. It's a very hard question for me to answer. There's no straightforward answer to that question. I'm sorry if I feel
No,
like
that's
that.
okay. You don't need to be sorry. This is the thing I want you to think about. This is my answer to that question. This is now, like I said, this is when I say things as a moderator, I say, "Oh, this is my." I'm just speaking now. This is my personal opinion. We have too many chiefs, not enough Indians. So if you're an American, you know what I'm talking about. So, Dr. Ife, welcome to the show. I have highlighted your comments and you saw the video I just played. Could you please unmute and comment on what you just watched? Dr. Ife, are you there?
I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
This question is a multi-million dollar question, right? But like you said, personally, from the video, I want to say I try as much as possible not to generalize too much, because most times when we say things, we say it from our own personal experience and maybe from experience of people around us. I'm calling from Canada, right? And we have a Nigerian association in my city. And I want to tell you, I can proudly say, I don't know about any other places, but for us, it's not about partying. It's all about community. It's about looking out for one another. It's about being there for one another.
I cannot hear her. Can you guys hear her, or is it just me?
No, I think we lost. I think our network or
Right,
whatever.
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you now. Yes, much better.
Oh,
Yeah, go
I'm so
ahead.
sorry. I guess it's the network. So
Yeah, no,
what
that's
I'm
fine.
saying,
That's fine. You don't
okay.
have to apologize. This is a
Please
show where you can be yourself. That's okay.
remind me where the last thing you heard, so I know where
You
I
said
I.
in Canada, that your association is about
Yes,
the
yes,
people.
yes.
Yes.
It's about community. It's about watching out for one another. It's about helping new immigrants, refugee, getting them status and all those stuff. We do that a lot. Yes, I've other communities in UK, US. But what I just want to say, based on your question, I think one thing that is more germane for me, remember, it's my personal opinion. There's an adage that says charity begins at home. Like from back home, most of us don't have that community mindset. It's all about what I can do for me, my family, and myself. So most times we transfer that mindset to this part of the world, which also shows in how we relate with one another, how we do things. Sometimes you see a fellow Nigerian on the street, they will just walk past you, like they just do as if they don't know you. Whereas, and another thing is that these we tend to have this individualistic mindset. When an Indian is coming into UK or US, an Indian will look for fellow Indian community to attach themselves to. And by so doing, they are not alone. Whatever is happening there, they tell them how to move from point A to point B, making their journey faster and smoother. But one thing I've noticed about our people is that, in fact, before we leave home, nobody knew we are coming to wherever we're coming. Everybody just want to hide themselves. And when they then come to another community, they don't seek out for their people. And by so doing, they start struggling alone. And if eventually they now form another like community, one thing I notice again is that we don't have that sacrificial mind. Everybody just come because of what they feel they can get from something. We need to start changing our mindset about, okay, what can I contribute? That is the only way this can work out. I'm just saying this from personal experience. Okay, enough of just thinking about ourselves. People will tell you that they come into an organization, all they do is partying. If that is what you see, you can be the change factor there. Talk about something else, bring it up. But if you say because this thing you met there is good, you just want to remove yourself. If everybody keep doing that, I don't think it's going to get better. Do you understand? So I think one thing we need to work on is our mindset of community. If we can do that, it will translate into the whatever environment we find ourselves. And I want to bet you that a real organization will not tell you to be paying 10,000 to join if truly they are there to help their people. I hope you get what I don't know if you can still hear me. Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. So that's just my submission. That mindset from back home of just me, myself, and I think is one of the reasons why we are not moving forward here. We are too secretive. We want everybody to, like, everybody is just trying to, I don't know, like, we hoard information, we do everything, and this will not help us grow. Truly, like you said, if an Indian enter a community, their own community, within 6 months, that Indian will have a house, we have a job. But it's not like that for our own. We hold too much information, and I don't know as in, if you tell me about a job posting, I cannot take your own job from you. I don't know.
Okay,
That's too much. I think
Dr.
until we have
Dr.
that,
Ife, this
yeah,
is my question to you. You've been in the diaspora, and I just want to say, since you've observed our people, and
yes,
you said, what do you think, given the organization you've been entangled with and you're a
okay.
part of, what will you suggest we start doing differently, including the organization you're involved in?
Okay. For me, what I would say is that as an organization, the first thing you have to do now, I would suggest we do now, is to seek out for our people. I know it's not everybody that will come at once because the trust has been broken. Seek out for our people, start something. When people start seeing you doing something that is beneficial, no matter how small it is, they start, gaining trust in that system, then they want to become part of that system. You have to prove people wrong. That's the first thing.
Thank you so much. You said proved people wrong. Are you saying that our people lack credibility? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry to say I'm Nigerian. I would say yes.
And I let me tell you, I'm saying this, and I'm not just um I'm wearing something that is inappropriate. I would have turned my camera on. Is yes, we lack credibility.
Yes.
Yes, you guys do. So I support you, Dr. Ife. Could you please hang on? I want to get to your last submission before you leave. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so
And we
much.
come on every Saturday at 6 p.m. Welcome to the show. And
Thank
please
you.
hang on. Don't leave. I love your submission on the comment section. I've been interacting with you. So
Thank you.
Jefferson, will you please unmute your nest, sir?
I'm back, okay?
All right. Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, good. Oh, Boom Boom, you're here too. Okay.
Yes, oh my God.
The talking man, Abi. It's all right. We are seeing you. All right, nice to meet you all. So,
no. Wait, Jefferson. Adai, AY is back. You know, when they're babysitting, they will act like they're doing the whole world a favor. So let's allow him to speak. AY, I know you're back. So I know you. So you saw the video. Did you see it or not? AY, are you
No,
there?
I didn't see the video. Which video again?
Let me play it. You know you like trouble. Let me play it.
To show say many Niger associations in diaspora they useless. To show say many Niger associations for abroad, even this Yankee, they not get head. Now we Trump don't ready to take over power, and the mass deportation when talk, they looming. Most Indian associations, Latino associations for this America, then don't prepare, they on guard with their immigration lawyers and other types of lawyers to prevent the wrongful deportation of their own people. This is how people come together, both home and abroad. But I not fit talk the same for Niger people. Many of una get association for abroad. Una aims and objectives na to drink, dance, intimidate una selves with una achievements, intimidate una self with dressing and jewelries, gossip una selves morning till night. Because if you dey find gossip for this diaspora, join Niger Association. There's a big gossip where when I make many people even quit. Even some of the people who take these associations, we I don't even talk to, I'll come and ask them. All these associations, what will be their aims, goals, and objectives? They go say, if person buy, we they donate money to carry his dead body back to Africa. So now to carry person dead body back home, now be una goals and objectives. Then if person papa or mama buy, una can't donate money, give the person, let it go do burial. Finish. I don't say many of them not get shame. Me at the air, put on the shame. I know the gem now because no not get shame. At the air, put on the shame. Here in America, Indians, Koreans, Chinese, they go come together, do osusu till they buy house for each other. Plenty of osusu where Nigerians even involved here for abroad. Some go end for station. Because some people carry money, they refuse to pay back for that people to carry. How long are we going to continue like this?
So, AY, do you see the video? Do you know what now?
Yeah.
What is your opinion on that video, sir?
Honestly, that guy is so on point. He's so on point. I can't even I don't even know how to say it. Like that is 100% true. So I'm coming. So what they do, so first of all, what he's saying, like, that's why somebody like me, I can't even join all this organization. I don't care. Because there is what we call a pass my neighbor attitude in Nigeria. So Nigeria, that is the only thing they successfully export from Nigeria to America, to the West. Even in religious houses, what you see, they want to show, I have the biggest car, I have the biggest house, houses that are not paid for, cars that are not paid for, that are on credit. But they just want to, some of them even go as far as borrowing cars to use. So they are friends from back home. We know that they've arrived. The way that guy explained it, that is what it is. It is a problem. What he also said about like India, Chinese, you will see, I had India friend in Canada then. What they do, you can see like 3 families, 4 families. We come together and buy one house. They will be living there, saving money. They will raise money again, buy another house for one of them. That one will move out. They will raise money, buy another house. That one will move out. But in Africa, we are not just united. I don't know what is wrong with us. Sometimes you look like other people hate us, then we hate ourselves more. That is the attitude you also see people come online on this platform. All they think about is my tribe is better, my tribe is this one is this one is this. They divide themselves across tribal, religious line. It's not helping us. They will have information that will elevate you. They will not give it to you. We don't know how to be selfless. Why are they doing that? Even in family, you see all these issues. The reason they do that is just because they just want to be above you, nothing more. It's a problem. I will tell you this, right from university days in Nigeria then, what happened, you see your classmate. They will hide materials. They will hide textbook just for they think you are in competition with them. So I usually say this: if how will my A, the A I'm gonna score, how is it gonna affect your A? That is the way people need to think about it. If you see now, it's not that we the black we even have the resources. We don't have the money. The money we have, the person is able to buy a car, is able to buy a house. They just making noise everywhere. We don't have money. If you check the other nationalities, they come together, they buy businesses, they establish themselves. That is what God really well. You got to establish, encourage people. We need to think better, man. But what we do, some of us, when they save $10,000 in a year, they go back to Africa, they use it to oppress everybody. I just arrived. They change the money to naira. They think they are billionaires. When they come back, they will discover they have nothing. So it's a problem. It is an attitude we seriously need to change very fast. Learn to build wealth. Learn to help our fellow Africa, Nigerians, so that everybody can be successful, Even like
So,
issue like the
AY, can I
immigration.
ask you before you finish your this thing? Do you think we lack credibility, and why do we lack credibility?
We lack credibility, to be honest. If you listen to the last statement he said, right, that even the Nigeria people that are able to come together, they want to like contribute money, like I don't know what they call it, like this kind of contribution. One person will collect. It will end. Those cases most time they end up in police, like because some people don't want to pay. They don't want to like after collecting their money, they don't want to also contribute for other person to collect. This issue become problem. Like me myself, generally I stay away from all this. If I have money to save, I will keep it somewhere. I will be saving it. If I'm not using it to do other businesses. So it's a problem. It's something we really need to look deep within ourselves. We really need to think how to, especially the new immigrant coming in. We should be able to assist them to stand as people. We should be able to assist them. If you can, if you even have a room, you can give to new immigrants so that they are able to settle. They are able to help them. There is nothing wrong with it. I mean, if you're gonna be rich, you're gonna be rich anyway. If somebody is gonna be richer than you, it's gonna be richer than you. But I don't know. It's a problem. In the end, you see that we don't really love ourselves. It's a problem because of that mentality of I pass my neighbor. That's what I call it. I pass my neighbor. It's a big problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AY. I really appreciate your inputs. And at the end of the day, all I want to say to our listeners is at the end of the day, whatever you're getting yourself involved in, whether you're someone who is documented or undocumented, please be realistic. I always tell people, what are you just bring out 3 goals. No matter what, whether you have money or not, pick out 3 things that mean so much to you in an association that you want to join. Do they meet that? If they don't, please don't waste your time. At the end of the day, be realistic in what you're joining and don't join because you're trying to keep up with who is not keeping up with you. So I'm going to go to Madame Luke. She's our MVP. Yes, she's at work. Please bear with her. She has been going in and out. Madame Luke, please, you're next. Unmute.
Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Jefferson Biko, Madame Luke is next.
Grandma, you forgot me here.
Oh no,
Bree, I didn't forget you. Please, Madam Luke is
Vivian.
at work. She goes in and out. Please, please. Bree, how will I forget you now?
You forget, tell the truth. Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mama. Go ahead.
So yeah, this man, I think he is delusional because if he understood the nature of the Nigerian mentality in the first place, he wouldn't have made that video. I posted a comment in the chat section. I said, "You cannot take care of yourself in Nigeria. Is it that diaspora you will take care of yourself?" The Nigerian is innately selfish, based on competition, based on competition, and that is why I don't do Christianity, because you have all your pastors there. When people are suffering, you can't even help them. You can't even get into their schools even. That's the reason why, yes, I do believe in groups, but like you said, you need to choose the groups that you're going to work with. I only do my high school sorority groups because those are the people I grew up with when I was less than 10 years old. And the good news is that we entered the course. Most of us went to the same universities, so we've always formed a special bond. And because we're all females, it's even better. So I tell you what we do. When anyone dies, everybody's entitled to a certain amount of money. When anybody loses a loved one, we are there. We are cooking. We support ourselves. Now, all that one of us going to make a project to go build houses and do this, we don't get it there. We contribute money. We renovated our high school, some portions of our high school. We built a computer lab. We renovated the dining hall. So there are things we do to give back to the community, and that is the kind of sorority I join. All this mess, man, nonsense ones here in Nigeria with Nigerians, I will never, never join those ones. That's the reason I have my family members. If anything happens to me, my family will take care. But like you said, due to lack of credibility, I will not trust a WhatsApp group of any forum, of any platform, because there you have hackers, you have crooks. We even tried to even do one for our one of our fellow sisters who lost her mom. Somebody from Nigeria hacked into the group and started. So you see, Nigerians lack credibility, and I don't trust. I don't. I have a trust problem with Nigerians. So I will never. Indians take care of themselves back home. Chinese take care of themselves back home. Do Nigerians take care of themselves back home? It's either this is Igbo, this is Fulani, this is this one, that one is this one. So why do you expect that to happen here in abroad, in the abroad, when everybody is more self-sufficient? No, I will not encourage it. If you come here to Nigeria, you have to go to your family members first. That should be your first port of call. Don't expect strangers to come and help you. That is why they use you, turn you into drug mules, and you are taken advantage of because you're desperate. Some of them come to this country, they don't even have a clear goal of why they're coming here. They just want to jackpot, and then you'll be on the street and you're a liability to the whole community. So no, I'm not contributing nothing. I didn't bring you here. You didn't bring me here. So go sort yourself out, like I sorted myself out. Peace out.
Thank you, Madam Luke. Thank you for your submission. Before I come to you, Jefferson, I want to go to Bree. She's been patient. Want to acknowledge women first on the platform because men tend to supersede women in their presentation. So, Bree, what do you have to say in everything you've heard so far, sis? I'm giving you 10 minutes all by yourself.
Oh, thank you so much. Even though this is not my area of expertise, but I'll say that I'm not someone that, party or, have groups, like they said. I'm a lone wolf. But I'll say that, talking of credibility, I think I will agree with you that people lack credibility and they lack respect. The Nigerians lack respect because you see,
Please, breathe, please pause. Nigerian men, when you ask them one thing they want from a woman, they will say respect. Why will you say we lack respect? We portray and we breed and eat respect. So how do we lack respect?
okay, respect in the sense is not what we call respect that is actually respect. Respect in the sense of you go to other people and you're being disrespectful, you're loud and you're wrong. That's what I mean by respect. It's not the respect of what Nigerians are saying. I don't even know what those men are talking about. But I'll say that the lack of respect, they when they're here, you see them all over the place. They are loud and wrong, and I don't feel that sense of association to that, to people that to people that they don't have self-respect, and they lack even respect, giving respect to other people. So I'll say that in the video, the guy talked about partying, and they are not. I don't know. I can't contribute much to that because I don't really know how that works. I've never been a party person, even back in Nigeria. I don't
No,
go
but
party.
so have you never had this thing called association? You know what these are shaping when you go to weddings and you see all this group. Let's say there's one that was introduced to me. My sister-in-law is called Susu. It's called contribution. And I was born here. Let me make that clear. So I don't know a lot of things. I just don't. I'll say the way. So have you never been, since you've been here in the diaspora, have you been entangled with any association? Yes or no?
No, I don't even know any. Sorry.
Good for you. Stay away, please.
I don't know any. I don't have any WhatsApp. Not even, but nobody knows my WhatsApp or whatever.
It's very good. Keep yourself private. They will label you introverts. The way they've labeled me, I've embraced it. When they see me, they say, "Look at her." I don't care.
I
So
Yeah, like I said, I'm a lone wolf. I don't. It's and this is not just something that I learned when I got here. I've always been that person. When I was back home, I don't do Ashrabi. I don't, because I feel like you invest too much in other people's party. It's just I'll say it. I don't know how it's out, but it's like a waste to me. Like, you just invest, you buy the fabrics, and you have to like take it to there. You have to like do this and buy matching purse, and I'm not just all for that. So even when I got here, I don't associate with that, and I don't have people that invite me to party, because the few people that I know that are friends to me, that are close to me, they already know, they understand, so they don't even bother. So, and I enjoy it that way. I enjoy my life. I like my life the way it is. I have friends. I do other things that are outside of association or whatever it is, or partying. I do other things. I go to concerts. I enjoy myself, whichever way that I deem fit. So I don't know it's not, like I said, it's not my area of expertise to do a lot of, put in a lot of contribution into this. But I think our people just lack respect. I don't like the way Nigerians are. When they are here, they're wrong, they're disrespectful to people here, they're disrespectful to wherever they go. Majority, I don't want to say all, because I don't want to use the blanket statement, but I would say majority of people lack respect, they lack self-respect, and they don't respect other people. So when they come to, that's why a lot of people pick issues with Nigerians, because they're just all over the place, loud and wrong. They say wrong things. I don't understand. People lack critical thinking skills. I feel like those are the main issues, and people should just work on themselves and be better.
So, Brie, what are the women issue? And I want to say this: I'm someone in my profession. I work with 85% or 89% men. And when the first time I came to this platform, people say, "Oh, who does she think she is? She's so snobbish. She talks to you anyhow." This is because I'm used to being around men. And guess what? I grew up with four brothers. I'm the only girl. So I'm used to men. So it doesn't phase me. So can I ask you this question? This is me, my opinion. As someone who does not care what you think about me or your opinion, why is it that when we come to a public setting and you've been one that has experienced it, what advice will you give to our men? Number one, I want to ask, I'm going away from the association because you say you don't know anything about that because you're not entangled in that. If you're in the dating section, will you say Nigerian men are romantic? Two, what will you say our women? Be honest, because our women, we've done a lot of things wrong here in the diaspora. I feel like we come here in the diaspora where You know how they say someone has not been used to having control or being empowered, and then you get drunk in being empowered. So you come here, every little thing you do with your the opposite sex or someone you are entangled with, you say, "Oh, I'll call 911 on you," or "Are you going to do this?" We abuse our rights. So, my number one question is, will you? Number one question: are African men romantic? I'm using the word African. I don't want to use the word Nigerian because I am open to people dating outside Nigeria. It doesn't have to be. And number two is, after watching all this video you watch about this woman saying endurance, and I don't know if you're married. I've been married for 23 years. Um, what women put up with, and I said to you about being a feminist who earns her own money, you know what you bring to the table. And men who see you can point you out and say, "Oh, this is what I want." She knows what, if anything happens, she can run everything. That's the person I want. But a lot of our women see women like us as a threat. She has an opinion. She won't even let you talk. Everything you say, she just shout you. So my second question is, my first question is Nigerian men romantic? The second question is, what are women doing that we need to improve on? The third question is, how do both sex learn and coexist with each other, no matter what position you hold or you bring to the table, without seeing each other as a threat?
Okay, so if you ask me that a Nigerian men romantic, I'll say that I can speak to that because I've not experienced Nigerian men in the diaspora. So I can't really speak on that, on how romantic they have. I've not experienced them here. And like I said earlier about being in being in a marriage or relationship, and but I said earlier that man, you don't have to be in a miserable situation. Nobody put you there. I respect when people try to work things out or try to work their relationship out. But anything that is not serving you, that is not bringing peace to your life, you can take a step back from it. It's not a must. That is why we have to unlearn a lot of things that we learn, even though some part of our culture are really good, and some they're not that good, just in every other, like every other culture. So I don't believe, I'm not a subscriber to you are just enduring things. If you endure things, you try to make things work. If things are not working, you don't have to be. Not all marriages last forever. Not because you're together with someone you have to be together forever. Sometimes you grow apart and let it go. When things are not working, try to work it out. If it's not still working, instead of you fighting tooth and nail for it and just being miserable in whatever, whether being it friendship or romantic relationship, if it's not bringing peace to you, if it's not serving you, you can move on. It's just simple. You don't have to be miserable. Life is not that difficult. Life is what you make of it. So why do we have to be in marriage? And we have to unlearn everything they taught us about, if you're not married, you're not. Oh, I don't agree with that. I'm my own person. So if I married, fine. Marriage is not for everybody. Not everyone will be married. It's just a fact. Whether you are financially independent, whether you are not independent, financially independent, not everyone is going to be married in life. So when you're forcing things, when it gets to a stage that it looks like you're forcing things to happen, you just have to let it go. And you can, if you have children with your partner, you can co-parent and be civil and be respectful to one another. It's difficult, but you can do it for peace sake. So I don't know. I cannot, like I said, I cannot speak to if Nigerian men are romantic because I've not experienced them here.
Okay, okay. Answer the other two questions. Leave that. You've answered that. So answer the other two questions.
Which one of it again, please?
And the second one was, okay, what do you think our women are doing wrong in the diaspora that when they come here, our men say they are out of hand? They are drunk in power because they are not used to being in control.
Okay. I'll say that uh, they're not in power, and that still
My
speaks to
sister, and that man should have asked me this question so I could close down this show.
Go
yeah.
ahead. Hold on. Who is speaking? Who is speaking?
I don't know.
Hold on. Don't worry about that. Sure, that.
I don't know a lot of women and why they
Yes.
are,
Go
they are.
ahead. Ask the question you want to ask. What's the question, sir? Sir, you said that man should have asked you this question. Could you please speak on the question you want me to ask her?
No, it's Madam Luke that says so, not a man.
So what is the question? Could you read it out, because I'm just
No,
going.
you should have asked me this question. This is a separate topic entirely.
Oh, don't worry. No. Oh, no, hold everything whatever you have to say. When it gets to your turn, you air everything you want to say out. Go
Is this
ahead,
a new
Bree. Sorry for the
is this a new segment?
interruption.
Is this a new segment? Is this a new segment?
No, because she has nothing to say with the video. So as the
Okay.
moderator, I have to go with each and every one of you.
Okay.
What you are
Thank you.
comfortable with discussing.
Yeah, but when I was
Alright,
talking
thank
about
you.
polygamy, they allow me.
Anyway, I didn't ask you to talk. You see why me and you are having problem now? Did I ask you to unmute yourself? Sir, I'm
Sorry,
asking
boss.
you,
Sorry,
Mr.
boss.
Obi, Mr. The point I'm trying to say, as a moderator, my job is to make sure that everyone is comfortable as speaking at a topic that makes them comfortable. She says she doesn't have anything to say with the association video I played, and that's why I posed question to her that she's comfortable with, sir. So do you understand why we're doing, sir? Go ahead, Bray. You can answer the question.
Okay, so I'll say that for women that's why, because maybe back home they don't, a lot of people are trapped in relationships and marriage back home because they don't have that financial freedom. So when they get here and they work, they get to make money, maybe that empowers them. And that is why I said that our mothers in those days, they were trapped in that relationship, and they felt like they have to be in that marriage because of the children, not mainly because of the children, I would say, but because they do not have that financial independent for themselves. So but now that we are independent, a lot of women are having to work and get education and make money and be financially independent. So that's why I said that you don't have to be married if you don't want to, if it's not something that you want to, or if you're in a marriage and it's miserable, step away and let it go. Keep it moving. You will find your own. If you don't find your own, there is no, according to biblical, I don't know if it's true or not, there's no marriage in heaven. Everyone will just give account of themselves. So I'm not a subscriber to just patching things up and just dying in silence and being miserable and psychological torture. So yeah, I'll just say that. So that's all I have
So,
to say.
Bree, can you answer this question that I just highlighted? This is by our one of they say the Association of Comment section. So, can you please answer this question? You see what is put, and this is something that is so big to me. I can have
Somebody
a
said,
whole 3-hour show of what I see, and you will be you'll be amazed. It's just not our people, women in general. So can you please answer this question that was just highlighted?
oh, this one right on the screen
Yes.
that says smelly. I'm sorry.
It's okay. That's why we come on at night at this time. It's okay. I'm sorry.
um I don't know why. Okay, why would sorry, it's strange. Like people are, I just think hygiene is just a personal thing. Whether it's not, I don't know how that is a problem. It's just kind of strange to me. It's a very strange question. So people are, but if your partner is smelly, you can tell your partner that you have to take care of yourself. I don't know how that works. If you are with someone that you cannot talk to, that has problem with personal hygiene, you just have to bring it up and say it the way it is without being condescending, and you can address that. I don't think that should be an issue why you would break your marriage or break your relationship, except if it's not working. Like I said, if there's no fundamental values value alignment between you two, then you let it go. If somebody continues to smell or they don't take care of themselves, just let it go. If you cannot take it anymore, it's not a do. Life is not a do or die thing, but it's something that one can work on. If you have a partner that smells, or that has problem with personal hygiene, you can actually address it. Both men and women. But honestly, a lot of people
Stop
don't.
it! Stop it! Stop it! I see people in the African store. Even I've been to a party, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bree. This is what I want to say. As an osteologist, this is what I smell. I smell your breath because I'm dealing with your breathing, and that's why when you come to the medical services, if you have to do surgery, you have to go through us. Forget it. So, what the point I'm trying to make here is this: bad breath has been a thing for me. Even when I remember when I met my husband. Oh my God, he's a neurosurgeon. I saw him. I said, God, he's sexy. I said, well, bad breath, I can't do it. I'm sorry. I don't care how sexy you are. But one thing I want to say: as much as our women are obsessed with Brazilian bow straight wig, please be obsessed with that when it comes to your vajayjay. But you guys are not making sense when you come through me. And you're not making sense. You have a $3,000 wig on, but now when it comes to your hygiene is a zero. So let's have that conversation. The man, you wear boxers and your boxers is smelling of tilapia. Are you kidding me? Or fried plantain? Are you guys kidding me? What is this?
Ada, please, what is Vajeji?
Okay. Well, we don't have to explain that here. You can Google it.
Vagina.
You can Google it. You can.
No, the point I'm trying to make is this: is I want us to promote personal hygiene because there's nothing that turns me on. This is me, my personal preference, than a man that smells good. And you look like you just smell good. There's this aura about you. I've seen our women, and these are women who earn six figures. It has nothing to do with education. It has nothing to do with background, the daughter of who you are. But when it comes to hygiene, you are a zero in it. I can't name you because I have to protect. At the end of the day, I say to be, it makes me sad. I've come into an African store and I'll see a man putting on the boxers, or when they approach me, all I smell from them is tilapia fish. I can tell the fried plantain when they left their house. And or maybe it's just me. My daughter said, Mommy,
Ada, say you go make heaven like this.
Oh my God.
But honestly, he knows me. That's why he's saying all this. Why stop it? Because I can't. And when I come, the point is hygiene is on both parties, male and female. You see a man, they'll go to Walmart, they buy these boxers, 6 packs for $10.99. They wear that boxers for 2 years. All that nonsense. And you're building a house worth over 400 million. Are you kidding me? And you can't buy a boxers to put on in a brand new socks. Something is wrong with you.
Yeah, I agree.
That is where I have a problem. If you are so, like, at the end of the day, how you present yourself. And I always say this to my mom: how my mom looks. When I see her, I always ask her, where are you going to? She said, I'm in my husband's house. She looks like she's going somewhere. And as her daughter, I have to like follow her footstep. But at the same time, I'm saying, am I not doing too much? I just want to say to our people, please, if you see me in a party and you know me and you know your wife just finished frying goat meat, tilapia fish, or you are smelling of okporoko, biko, change that your coat. Change it. Open your windows when your wife are doing this. At the end of the day, I am sick and tired of it. My uncle will tell you, there's one of my uncle that came. I had a thing for my daughter when she was going to med school. And he said he was one of the people that I wanted to pray for my daughter going to med school. And I said, Uncle, all the stockfish your wife cooked in the house is like I'm smelling it in this coat. So Adama, why are you like this? He's my father. He's enough to be my father. But he knows me, sir, Adama. Let me go and take a shower and chill because you will not let me rest. And I say, yes, because if you go up like this, my nose, I will just be picking on you. That's just me. I am my position and what I do has made me hypersensitive to smell. It's not just women. Men come in, they wear a boxer. Stop buying those boxers. Now there's something called boxers is not called underwear. There's something called men brief. Differentiate the two. Underwear, men brief, and boxers are not the same thing. You can't wear boxers and think it's an underwear. No, it's not the same thing. So don't be showing up in the OR with the boxers that smell like fried plantain or tilapia fish. I'm sick and tired of it. I trash it. So, AY, I hope I've spoken in a way that won't make you uncomfortable. So go ahead.
That is good. You spoke well. So yeah,
Jefferson,
that's a
you're
good.
next. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. What do you have to say?
I was just looking at you guys because of how you are moderating. Well, it's okay. It's your show, so it's all good. Well, so I don't want to digress. We were discussing something before you guys change the topic. It has to do with helping people. I want to talk about that video. I want to say that Africans, let me just say from the Civil War era till now, all this while that we have been, that our grandparents, parents, and of course our generation, and of course the younger ones that are coming up have been jackbarring. We learned absolutely nothing. Absolute nothing. We didn't learn chinkao, like they say.
Jeffrey, before you say that, do you belong to any association? And if you do,
I do not. Currently, I do not. But that's not even the issue. And even if I want to join, it depends on the kind of association. It's my prerogative, anyways.
No, why is it that now that I play all these videos, no association, you're saying you did not?
No.
Why are you like this?
No. Calm down. I have not joined yet.
Okay, Jefferson, I just want to ask you, any association you know in the diaspora, what advice do you have for them, and what will you tell them to do differently in regards to that video our brother just made?
Okay, Adam, here's the thing: they have to be strategic. Well, most of us have said it here already. If you're an Indian person, if you're a Chinese or whatever from Asia, or, those guys, they have already, in fact, they will even give you a map on how to succeed in a foreign land. They will give you a guide. Let me even shock you guys. Do you know that in all these Asian countries, for them to survive in abroad, in UK, Europe, and Ireland, they know the required courses, the required everything, like professions, to drill themselves and prepare themselves in such a way they can be able to conquer, explore, and make exploits far beyond before our reach here. Do you know that? And of course, we don't need to go too far. They are doing well in their home countries. That is where we are lacking. You see, in fact, that's even small. We don't need a soothsayer to tell you that we have a lot of established conglomerates, corporations that are owned by Indians, Asians, in the America, UK, Europe. How did they achieve that? They were strategic. They knew that, okay, fine. They love their home country. They came over to look for opportunity, and they saw that, look, they need to prepare, they need to position themselves, and they worked towards it, and they are making exploits. Can you tell me how many corporate companies that we have, proper companies that we have in abroad? I'm not saying they don't have. That is competing with what our Asian brothers are doing. You can't count them. You don't see them. You see? And of course, when it comes to someone, and in that video, in the issue of immigration, we're always looking out for our own fellow person to fail. And of course, to drink. If someone is deported, the next person will say, hey, that one maybe didn't have paper. Look at him. We'll laugh at him. And then try to show that, oh, we have arrived. And that's the cancer we need to deal with in our head. We need to really deal with that very seriously. Because do you know what, and do you know the aftermath, or do you know what brought about all this nonsense? Because in our home country, we're not setting a good example. The integrity we're talking about, let us start from home. How is the government being run back home? Normally, if anybody, even if we have a country, if anybody steals money from maybe American or all these other developed societies, right? As they are coming back like this, they will find a way to deal with them. They won't allow them to. You have to ask questions. We don't have no form of accountability. If our politicians are showing a bad example, why won't you? Is it not the same thing we're copying and doing on a global scale? Because we have not learned to respect ourselves within in-house and outside. You see? So that is my own take. You know, I almost lost my thoughts. So let me just stop here for now.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jefferson. Uncle Janaba, are you there? Uncle Janaba, are you there? Uncle Janaba is not there. Boom Boom Ray, what do you have to say in regards to the video that was played?
Maybe not much, because I'm not a member of any association.
I know you're not in the Association of Nigerian this thing.
Right. I mean, listen, it's the same thing. If we want to talk about based on my own personal experience, and those are what I'm putting in the comments, we as a people are very selfish. Now, if you look at the amount of monies that we've touched in the last, let's say 50 years since our parents were here, right? Nigerians, compared to what you rightly said, other ethnicities, other nationalities, the Italians, the Asians, the Latinos, the Arabs, they tend to come together, pull resources together, and monopolize an industry. The amount of money we've touched and the amount of qualifications that our people have achieved, we should, I would say, we should be a force to reckon with in the United States today. Meaning, every general election, midterm elections, they should be coming to us and asking us, to try help them sway the votes, especially since they know we are very influential in the Black world. But that is not the case. If we don't have minor appointments like the last guy that worked with Treasury or mayors here and there, we don't have any political clout. And without political clout and political power, you are not strong. Maybe on an individual basis, but not on a more widespread basis like we are all advocating for. And this all leads back again to what Dr. Ife was saying. We hoard information. We don't want people to know information because we probably think it's going to make them more successful than us. And just like AY said, hey, you know the saying, I don't want to be vulgar, but they'll say, what you eat don't make me shit. So whatever you're eating is not going to make me fat. It's not going to constipate me. You're eating it for yourself. AY rightly says something. And even you're looking, I don't know about if you've heard stories. I definitely know I've heard stories even in families where people are scared of the other person achieving something because it probably took them a long time to get. So they want the other person to take the same route or a harder route. just so they won't be more successful than them, but forgetting that if you become successful, we all become successful. So, and these things, if we look inward, it also translates to how our society back home is. So for all the politicians are not good people and they steal the monies and they don't do what they're supposed to do, it also boils down to how we are on an individual basis. Do you want the man next to you to rise? Competition is good. Competitiveness is good. What is not good is being sneaky, and childish or petty. And Nigerians, with all due respect, do tend to be sneaky, childish, and petty. Like AY also said, you have people, they want to go to the religious houses, they want to show off. You had someone else talk about the clothes, they want to show off. Well, until we learn to come together as a group and realize that no one man is an island, you can never, even in business, you can never do it alone. You have to have a strong team. And if you don't have a strong team, even if you have to delegate, then so be it. You said something when you came on. You said too many chiefs, not enough Indians. And that is very true. That's the Nigerian story in a nutshell. Everybody wants to be on top.
Everybody wants to be in charge. Nobody wants to submit and
There
be
you
under
go.
anybody.
There you go. So that's the problem we're having. Until we learn how to come together as a group, we're still going to be running into these issues. And the sooner we understand that political power is very, very, very monumental and it is very much needed to the growth of any society, especially if you've made that your domain, you've had 2, 3, most of us 4 generations coming up, then you haven't started up understanding that you are in a hole that you probably need to start figuring out how you're going to dig yourself out of, because once we start having, take the Israelis for example, there's not a lot of them. There's only 15 million of them in the world. Only 15 million. We have 230 million people. The amount of people we have in Texas alone is probably, that's Nigerians residing in Texas or New York or Chicago. I'll say Texas because the most Nigerians live in Texas, right? The amount alone should be able to
I'll say Texas and Baltimore, MD.
Texas, Baltimore, right?
Yes.
So Texas, the DMV area.
Yes.
We got people in
NY,
Chicago,
NY too,
NY, New
NY.
York.
Yes.
So we got people that at this stage we should have been able to come together and have a strong unit where we've appointed people and said, these are our leaders. They speak for us. We don't, but the thing is with Nigeria, they'll turn it into, well, this tribe has social people on the board and this tribe has social religion, they'll destroy the whole thing. Instead of picking the most qualified, the most astute, and the most persistent people and put them and say, you speak for us, you are our leaders, you are the people. If Donald Trump, for example, wants to talk to the Nigerian community, you're the ones we're going to push forward. We're not going to do that. But at some point, we need to start thinking about that, because a lot of us, there's tons of us that have never been to Nigeria, that will never go back. There's a lot. Then we have kids and grandkids and our parents and grandparents, you know what I mean? So we need to start thinking about these things if we want to make any headway. It's not just have associations where you want to, only when you want to party or only when you want to bury somebody. That shouldn't be the sole purpose of those associations. They should be for more important things and looking outwards and looking like, how do we grab power, for example? How do we, for example, monopolize XYZ market? It could be just Gary, for example, pounded yam. It could be importation of African goods, and we just figure out how we monopolize it. We come together and say, if it's coming from West Africa, for example, it has to come through us. Or if you want to buy XYZ African foodstuffs in the diaspora, it has to come through the Nigerians. Things like that. You want to buy these clothes, these materials, whatever is synonymous with us. We could become aggressive business wise like that. And these are the kind of things I think we need to start thinking about if we really want to make a headway and make an impact, especially for those coming behind us.
Thank you so much, Boomerang. Mr. Larry Bakare. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not. My screen is not. I hope I'm mentioning your name right. Welcome to the show. Could you please unmute? If you watched the video, what is your opinion on the video that was played, sir? Are you there, sir? I saw you in the comment section. I know you've been asking to come in. Are you there? Mr. Larry Bakare, are you there? Yes.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you now, sir.
Yes, I am here.
Yes,
Thank
welcome to the show.
thank you for having me on.
Thank you
I
so
don't
much.
have much to say, really. I have not. I faintly listened to the video. I didn't quite get the depth of it all, but with
Do you
everyone's
want to play the video again? If you have that time, I can play the video
yes, I
again.
do.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I do. Very well.
I will play it. Okay, hold on. I will play it again. Hold on.
Yes.
To show say many Niger associations in diaspora they useless. To show say many Niger associations for abroad, even this Yankee, they not get head. Now we Trump don't ready to take over power, and the mass deportation when he talk, they looming. Most Indian associations, Latino associations for this America, then don't prepare, they on guard with their immigration lawyers and other types of lawyers to prevent the wrongful deportation of their own people. This is how people come together, both home and abroad. But I not fit talk the same for Niger people. Many of una get association for abroad. Una aims and objectives na to drink, dance, intimidate una selves with una achievements, intimidate una self with dressing and jewelries, gossip una selves morning till night. Because if you dey find gossip for this diaspora, join Niger Association. There's a big gossip where when I make many people even quit. Even some of the people where these associations we I don't even talk to, I'll come and ask them. All these associations, what will be their aims, goals, and objectives? They go say, if person buy, we they donate money to carry his dead body back to Africa. So now to carry person dead body back home, now be una goals and objectives. Then if person papa or mama buy, una come donate money, give the person, let it go do burial. Finish. Ew. I don't say many of them not get shame. Me at the air put on the shame. I know they jail now because they not get shame. At the air put on the shame. Here in America, Indians, Koreans, Chinese, they go come together, do osusu till they buy house for each other. Plenty of osusu where Nigerians even involved here for abroad. Some go end for station. Because some people carry money, they refuse to pay back for that people to carry. How long are we going to continue like this?
So yes, Mr. Larry, do you understand what we are talking about? I hope the video helped enlighten you. And I just want to say thank you for being patient with us.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Quite to be frank, I was just here. I was laughing for real. However, it's really a pathetic thing. It sounds generational too when you look at it critically, and by extension, when you look at when you look at back home where we are all from, and what currently plays out within the Nigerian system, you will realize that there's a dichotomy that has been created currently right now at home, which is if you are not rich, then you are directly the opposite. And those ones that are rich, they will prefer to roll with themselves, marry their children out to themselves, and the the gap keeps widening out. I'm over here in Georgia, um, and first time in the United States, I came right through here, and thank goodness I have a family that hosted me when I came. However, uh, it's different shades and forms of stories when you wherever you land, anytime you immigrate into this country. You would imagine for a person to come into the United States with I mean, this is not to uh, insult any other person. You have your papers and you are good to go, right? The right thing you would think for someone who has been here like 10 years ahead of you would be to lead you straight down the road where you sprout out. But you have someone who did the direct opposite, who will take you to the cleaner's job with your papers, only to find out that you could uh, be better when you got into the middle of the people they threw you in their midst. You know, association in I recall a time I was just friend on the side with a brother, a Nigerian brother, and for years he never contacted me. And the one time that I would get in touch again with him would be straight. Someone just added me to a WhatsApp group and started reporting that his mother is dead, this fellow's mother is dead, and that we should contribute. I'm like, from what point to what point? Like, we never had anything common by way of progressive meetings or any form of advancement. But sure enough, you see Nigerians will go through their contact. It is only when they're in dire need of something that you will get a phone call or some form of conversation start up with them. It's unfortunate, it's an unfortunate thing, quite to be quite frank, and I do not know uh, where Nigerians get it wrong for real. And like I said, I think this is all going to be tied back to where we're all from and what plays are currently in Nigeria. It is about control, uh, 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 overpowering the majority, and just living the life of a crab in the bucket. And unfortunately, nobody is safe. When we keep on doing this, none of us is going to be safe at the end of the day. All right. So um,
So what
I
do you
can.
mean by what do you mean by, sir, before I let you go, what do you mean by none of us is going to be safe at the end of the day? I'm confused.
That is why I use the analogy of the crab in the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
We no one climbs on with the whole with the formation we have.
Mm-hmm.
No one climbs out of the bucket safely,
Yes,
because
sir.
one keeps dragging the other down because I want to be the one on top. Another one comes from behind. I want to be the one next on top.
Yes,
And
sir.
at the end of the day, there is nobody that is safe. We are all trapped.
Okay, so can I ask you something? What are the solutions you have? Like, let's say, what would you suggest for us to do differently?
I think um, paying good forward will just be the simple thing. In my own little space, I am just one person who does what I can. But again, uh, just like every other person, you cannot make other people be you, but you can only sow the seed forward in your little way. And this is what I do personally in my personal space. Once I have information, I am the first person to disseminate the information. I am the very first person. I am one person who don't believe um, uh, that the information I have access to, I quantify every information or every opportunity I have as a blessing. So I release it as though I am a tap water that releases into the bucket, but I don't expect the water to go back into the pipe. It goes just keeps flowing. As long as I'm connected to the source where it is coming from, I keep giving it out. And by so doing, every time I have one person that I'm able to impact that way, I tell the person, don't thank me. I implore you, do it forward. Help somebody else. There's just way too many information that you can hoard. You're not good, it's not going anywhere. If I lit a light in a room and I hold it up, it will only cast my shadow, but others will see it. And it's the least that anyone can do. Just do it forward, pay it forward.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really agree with your
Hello?
It's like she got connected or got muted.
Oh, Mr. Obe, yes. Can you hear me? Mr. Obe, are you there? If
I can hear you now.
yes, could you what is your opinion on the video about the association that was played? And after that, we're going to take our final submission. Then we'll call this broadcast to an end. So go ahead, sir. I want you to tell me your opinion and your final submission.
Yeah, association. Well, I have a little experience when I came into the country.
So, but
So
did you see the video that was played before you
I
go
saw it.
further?
I saw it even before now
All
when
right.
the guy
Thank you, sir.
holding spoon and telling you about association of whatever of eat and drink. I got the gist. When I came into the country some 7 years ago, I was I happened to be in a building with about three Nigerians, young guys like us, Igbo guys, So we were together. We were working in the same place. So we were just rolling together, we just like colleague, oh, drop me at work, or we just help each other. And I could say, guys, come on. I said, three of us are just here paying rent to this guy. I said, can we just put it together and buy a structure? Then we'll just run like that and pay rent, and probably from there we'll grow. One person will move, the other one will move, and somebody will own it and all that. I tried to paint a picture of a transaction, but this guy didn't understand what I was talking about. They couldn't just place their head on it because everybody believed that I must own my thing myself and all those mentality. So they didn't understand what I was doing. So I went on solo. So like 3 years ago when I was to buy my house, I noticed each time I'm going for the building I like, either people will come up. Before you know it, they are putting initial deposit down more than me, and they are always winning the bid. And I say, why are these guys? This time you see a building you like, these guys will come up and they always will win the bid more than you. And I understand that, oh, these guys are pulling together. They are not actually one person buying it. They pull together and they are able to beat you in every transaction, in every bidding that happens during that process. So I got that idea and I said, oh, is that what it is? And we Nigerians, we can never understand how that works because everybody want to become boss of us. So we now stress ourselves, overwork, kill ourselves, and at the end of the day, our corpse will be buried back home. These guys will come into this country, they will team up 2, 3 of them, they will buy a house. Then one person's wife will be running the program in the house, the rest of them will be working, and before you know it, they buy one, buy two, buy three, they spread out. That's how these guys grow. I saw it. Nobody told me that. I experienced it during my property, sourcing. At the end of the day, and I said, Nigerians, why are we like this? I think most of us came to this country with this unhealthy competition. that you need to pepper them, or you need to be like show off and all that. Some of them came in so poor, the poverty of the mind, that when they came here, it's like, oh, they have seen heaven, so they want to go oppress, or they want to show off and all that, and it becomes a very unhealthy competition. So then when I saw it, I just went solo. I went on my own. I don't join any group. Any group coming, I just told them, "Mm-mm. If it is to be my brother, my keeper association," I said, I don't do that, because to me, it's all unhealthy competition that you see at play with most of our association here. So to me, we should learn from these guys, the Indians and the Pakistanis, and even the some of the, what do you call them, the Kokoi people, we call them. They also will pull together. So we need that strength to go. In association, they're talking about barrier, they're talking about all those nonsense things. I told them, man, come on. People should. This is not a society where those things, strive. But our people, like he said, my brother said, before you know, you see text, somebody adding you to a WhatsApp group, telling you one thing burial. The person, I'm not talking to you for years. I experienced it too. I said, guy, who is this? Which group is this one? Did you even tell me that you're setting up a group where your mother died? So what happened? Though you should be in a group because your mother died or your father died. So our mentality, our poverty mentality has affected us so much that we now take things out of context. We're supposed to be able to put together as the same people, as Nigerians, as Benin people, as Igbo people, as Yoruba people, put together strength. But our sake of my child pass your own, I drive a better car, all those, my house is bigger than yours, all those nonsense. See some of them that I see in my workplace, they are competing on who had the bigger house in Nigeria. Now look at them. The house that you put my garden, that you never go there for 3 or 4 years, you go there 3 weeks, you run back again. You are competing whose house is bigger. I say, and you are living here in one crooked one bedroom or crooked basement, or you are living in one crooked property that I don't know how many years ago they built it. You know, so people live first life back here in America. And I noticed most of them, they came in as a survivor mission. So once they come here, they want to pepper everybody around them, and begin to do an unhealthy competition. That's what I call it. So I just stay on my own, even up to church. They show it off in church too.
Yes, sir.
That is why I stopped Nigerian church. If a church is a continental church, I won't go there. Any pastor, Nigerian pastor, can't preach to me now. What are you going to say? I just go international. So
Thank you.
because you see everything happen all over the place, we just replicate what we do back home right here, and
Mhm.
embarrass ourselves all over. See them fighting in church, pastor, fighting over Humphrey, fighting over nonsense.
Yes, sir.
It's so painful and so pathetic. Thank you so much.
Okay.
That's my submission for now.
Thank you. Boom Boom Ray, I'm going to give you 2 minutes for your final submission. I'll go to Madam Luke, Bree, and Obey, and Mr. Larry. Boom Boom Ray, you have 2 minutes for your final submission. What is your final submission?
Well,
Given all the
basically,
program that happened today, what is your final submission? Yes.
oh yeah, I mean, we just need to do better. We need to be more empathetic. We need to look outward. We need to think bigger. We tend what we think is bigger is usually not. Sometimes we think, okay, you have all these degrees, and that makes you a better person. This person didn't go to as much higher level education as yourself
Boom Boom,
did.
I feel like your volume is low. Could you turn it up a little bit more?
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me now? Better or no? Is it better?
Just keep talking. It's practically low
No,
than everybody
it's much
anyway.
better. It's much better
Hold
now from my end.
up the mic. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so if it's better, I guess it was the mic. So I just guess we need to think bigger. What we think usually is bigger, usually is not. We, as Nigerians, and I'd say Africans, we tend to be superficial, very superficial, and that it might go back to what I think it was OB that just said. It might just be that level of not having, or not the level, the mindset of not having in the past. So now you have it, and then you want to grab it all to yourself again. That when it's all said and done, and you take that last breath, you can't take it anywhere. So the only achievement we can really achieve while here on earth, and we have the privilege of breathing, is to develop and build lasting things, not necessarily physical edifices, but it could be things that will benefit our immediate society and the earth at large. So let's always look towards that. Let's take away the love for materialism, because I think that is a big problem that Africa has. And it might again come as a result of not having, but the world is bigger than that. And let's look to that, build a better Nigeria, a better Africa, and in essence, we will build a better world. And I think that should be the objective for all of us on this earth as we go on.
Thank you so much, Boom Boom Ray. Madam Luke, what is your final summation, Mama? Madam Luke, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I just want to
Yes, what
check
is your
in.
final summation for the night before I close the show? What's your
Oh
final
yes.
summation?
Oh yes. So final submission is at the end of the day is an individual um, decision on what you want to do. If you want to if you want to join any group or not, you have to find out what binds you guys. That you have that what satisfaction you're getting from it. And like I said, if you didn't grow up in Nigeria, you will not understand the importance of OGs, Old Girls Association, and all that. I don't do the ethnic ones because I find those ones ridiculous because they never come up with any game plan. But for my sorority sisters, because we're females, we support each other. Most of them have recently gone into widowhood and they're by themselves. And most of them get sick. The children are grown and there's no one to take care of them. So we come together, we get food, take the people to doctor's appointments. So we help ourselves a lot. If people are get like the last time we just got this past weekend, that's why I couldn't join you guys. I was out of town. My one of our sorority sisters was having her Dr. Son was getting married to his lawyer wife, and we all showed up there, about 200 of us in our Ashwebis, and we went by class, class of 85, class of 86, class of 86. People came from London, people from Canada. Those are the things that give us satisfaction because we have bonded since we were 10 years old. I can tell you all my classmates. A, classroom B, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So my sister is currently in Singapore with 200 of her federal girls in on a cruise. So we do things to celebrate life. It's not just to go there and mess around. Competition wise, what are you competing for? Everybody is doing well. So what are you competing? Nobody's needy. Everybody's settled. So what is the competition for? If you drink Gary for your house, nobody cares. If you eat rice in your house, nobody cares. But it's to come around and celebrate life. So do what works for you, and everybody's happy. But the ethnic ones, like the village ones, I'm not interested in those ones because those are mostly by men, and they never end well. So I will stick with my sorority sisters that I've known since I was 10 years old, and we're doing good. And we support each other with WhatsApp groups. We come in there, anybody's there, anybody's. What can we do to help this person? That is the kind of thing I like to do. It gives us satisfaction, and I'm sticking with it. Thank you, my people. When I don't sleep. Hello.
Look, are you done?
Yeah.
Are you
Yes, I
done,
was done.
Madam?
You couldn't help me. You couldn't hear me.
Oh, go ahead. Are you? I'm
We
sorry.
could
I
hear you.
stepped
I
out
could
to the
hear you.
bathroom. Are you done?
Oh yes, I said thank you and good night, my people.
All right. I want to go to Larry Bakari. What is your last submission for the night, sir? What is your final submission for the night, sir? Go ahead.
Thank you. I just believe that we should do more to contributing to good causes, especially by identifying like minds with common interests and see how we can do one at a time. We have so many aspirations, desires. Some of us we come from different backgrounds, and whatever we have gone through sometimes might inform the way we lead on with life. Um, I take, for instance, without trying to blow my horns, and I'm actually looking for people who have the same belief now. Uh, as a person, I have uh, children of my own. And by reason of how I I I came into the world, I was in a polygam. I came through a
So we start.
polygamous family, and I'm able to know that my biological children are not just what I can cater to. I cater to, other children, and I realize that the life we live is a gift and it's a present from God to us. You can lead on by sharing that gift, the present that you are to the world. Pass it on. Let it be impactful. Let us identify groups that we believe in. We have the same common ground, and get rooted, get planted, and ask for God's strength. That would be my submission tonight. Thank you.
So thank you so much, sir. Mr. Obi, what would your final submission be, sir?
Yeah, left for me alone, I think there is strength to pull together, and we will begin to see the effect of what we're doing now, maybe when our kids are grown and they are also ready to mingle and go ahead in life. It will have been a fair idea that they have a community of their background, of their parental background. We should try to nurture them as they grow up, to cross-pollinate and be able to probably move on life at that level. That is the advantage that I'm saying about coming together to relate with fellow like minds from the same continent, as it were. That would have helped a lot. But like anywhere I find myself, I often will tell the people there that, man, we should do the right thing. Let's not think like the way the regular people do it. Let's try and tweak this situation. I have one I'm doing that is like my old boys where my secondary school where we're doing. You don't talk of donation, talk of those things. No, you don't talk of anything, or there's particular money you give you. Nobody talk about that. If there is any event, you are now sitting in the house, everybody will give according to their strength and ability. There's no commitment to tell you that because your father died, I must give $200, $500. Nothing like that. I said, you don't know, everybody is not the same. Even if we are at this different point in time, situation might not remain the same. So stop asking people and all those kind of things that scalp people. I said, don't do that. Let's not monetize the association. Let's relate with each other with like minds. Even if the person coming is a cleaner or whatever, respect that person. Not because I'm a doctor or because I am an engineer or because I'm opportune to, have this or that. I should look down on the other person. That is what kills our relationship with people. I say, since we are now fathers and mothers, we are already aging, we should bring our kids together, let them know themselves, let them relate with themselves. Because if you have a daughter and some of these American boys will just come in and take them over, you will never see your child again. No. That's the end. But when they come back to within your space, within the people you can relate with, you see their relationship will continue better than most of the times when they go international and you barely could relate with them. I think there are advantage in them, there are disadvantage too. We all need to just, get directions and be focused. At the end of the day, we'll be better off for it, And in the aspect of what we talk about persevering and trying to be patient in our marriages, I think everybody should know the point to say no, the point to take a walk, and at the point to, let not go die in the situation. And I think life will be more beautiful when we pull together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to go to Bree. Bree, what is your final submission? No, Bree, you'll be last. Jefferson, what is your final submission for today's segment? For tonight's segment?
Well, for today's segment, my final solution would be, everyone has their own line of thought, but if you're in a marriage, both partners should be respected. That's it. We should respect each other's views and, be happy. But irrespective of how happy you want to be, if you cannot use your happiness and the circumstances of your happiness to justify other people's happiness. So that should also be a line of thought, because what separation might make people happy to have a space, but might not work for some people as it works for others. So it shouldn't be used to be generalized to other people. Then when it comes to, of course, helping, we should be our brother's keeper. We are Africans. For those who want to be, who wants to take on our identity, well, it's an individual choice. But at the end of the day, there's a saying that if a duck is in Canada and he flies to Australia, the duck will always remain a duck, and people will always identify that duck as a duck. That's how I want to put it. So no matter where you are, no matter what you do, people will always fish you out. So embrace your identity. It's a thing of choice, because these days everybody choose to identify with what they want to be. So I mean, just let us be ourselves. It is very, very important, because if you don't be yourself, how can you really impact change? I know things are so different now. So, but the most important of them all is, irrespective of what you are doing, we have to be our brother's keeper. I know that people have hurt each other in the past, but there's some level of criminal tendencies. And of course, you see, whatever we are doing now is rubbing on us on the international scene. And hence, we need to rewrite it. And I'm glad that even people are beginning to see things for themselves. That, yes, in as much as you want to we call a dog a bad name, doesn't mean that everybody in that country or from that part of the world is bad. So there are good people amongst us. We should now focus our energy and our resources to help each other more better, more productively. Well, that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you with everything you say. I'm going to go to who just spoke now? Wasn't it Obe, right? Obe was the last one that had the um what is it called? Brim, have you had your final submission?
Not yet. I think I'm the last person.
Go ahead. No, I don't want you to go yet. Let me have Larry Bakari.
Yeah,
Sir,
spoken.
what is your final submission, sir? Larry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Larry, can
Yes, yes. I think I did a while ago.
Okay, no problem. I'm sorry about that. Okay,
It's
so
okay.
Bree, your final submission, sir, ma'am.
Okay, like I always say, Nigerians love oppression. They only object to oppression when it's done to them. And you can tell from our way of life. Look at the little generator from back home that they call I better pass my neighbor. So they for them, and you see like people here, they will tell you that, oh, I went through L to achieve this and that. So you have to go to L and back so you can go through that same process, just make it unnecessarily. And I see that cruelty is a point for them. And it's really sad. Like people, even people back home, they will tell you, oh, let them deport everybody in diaspora so that they can come and fix their country, when that is not even the solution. So they say all that, and that would tell you a lot about who we are. That's why I always say that we have people problem. So when we have to like unlearn and relearn a lot of things, then maybe we'll begin to move forward. And also, you will see in the um I just forgot my thought now. The things that I want to say, and you will see in the religion. I want to talk about religion. They have to unlearn a lot of things about religion, because religion is one of the things that is holding them up. And so when they unlearn, they relearn stuff, and they have a change of mindset, then maybe things will be better. But for them, cruelty is the point. They just like when people are hurting. They don't have any problem with it.
Okay, thank you so much about that. Is there another person who has anything to say before I end the segment? If you any have any final words, then anybody, yes or no? Okay. This is going to be my final thought. My final destiny is going to be, please let's learn to love one another, despite or whatever we think um, our tribal difference may be. But at the end of the day, let us learn to coexist with one another. And at the same time, you don't have to agree with what that person is saying. But I have challenged myself is, yes, I don't like this person's opinion, but what can I learn from that person's opinion I do not agree with, that I can implement and do things differently. So that is the angle I'm going to look at it from. I just want to say thank you to all our panelists, Half of Turkey, Larry Bakari, Mr. Obe, Ibri, Ibri Amos, and what is the other name? Not seeing the other person. No. I can't see the other person. He said I think it's Jefferson. Jefferson, I can see you. Jefferson, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me when I'm talking?
Oh, yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. I just also want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you for making our time out of your busy schedule to come join us this evening, the women's segment. We come on Saturday every time at 6 p.m. Sometimes we do run late, that we might start like the latest I've seen us run is like 6:30. But either way, every Saturday evening, the women's segment will be here at 6 p.m. And I just want to say thank you for supporting us. Thank you for sharing your views with us. And I just want to tell you, we love you all. Thank you.
Bye. Have a good night.
And you too.
Bye. Good night.
Thank
Good night.
you.
Good night, please.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, hold on. Have we ended it? Hold on, I want to make sure that
Some people are still here now.
I want to make sure
that Turkey being here.
I want to make sure that I ended it.
Half of Turkey go.
But I like when I trouble too much, I beg. But can I ask you what? How did you think we did tonight?
It was fine. Everybody's opinions were respected, you know. It's like half of Turkey is not around, though. He ran away.
Half of Turkey is there now.
Anything.
Boom Ray, are you there? Ray,
he went to
are you there?
He has come there to Turkey to go and learn more about Arabia. He will soon come back now. You know him?
I'm confused.
Oh my God.
Aman, well, let me leave you alone. So, Jefferson, did you enjoy the stream? What do you want? What do you want us to do differently?
Just keep on doing what you need to do and find a way to see how we can actually help people. And I think that's one thing we need to really work towards. We have so many people with capacity, but we're kind of so individualistic. I always feel that the next man will always hunt the other person. We cannot continue to operate this way. It's so obvious that we're still within the survival mode. And I mean, at this stage of our coexistence, we can't continue that way. It's something we really need to think out of. Think of. Engage in professional circles. Look out to people who we need inspiration and all that. I know we are all caught up, but we definitely need to do something different. Because I'm not like to these are our strategies. No, it's not working. I feel sad that we as Africans are still where we are after many years of so-called travel. It's something we need to think.
Jefferson, I'm ending the stream. It's still live. I'm ending it now.
Okay, it's still live, but yeah, okay, no problem. Have you ended the stream?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. So, but you understand what I mean now. So, people. There are people that have traveled, stayed in abroad. There are people that have been in Nigeria and all that. Some of us that just came recently. It's kind of laughing at seeing things from a different perspective. I'm like, wow. Something can be done with another perspective. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Our approach is not working. We're not so think about it this way, that back home our people are not really trained. Not as if don't get me wrong, some of them go to school, some are actually